At first, I didn't know if this belonged here, but it actually completely does, so on that note, let's proceed. My sister moved to New England at the beginning of March 2019. She and her husband, Lou, purchased a beautiful forever home after they got married. This was all against my parents' wishes, and the relationship eventually blew up in her face. Let's put it this way. It was her first beautiful wedding. It was his third. But geez, I'm really getting into stuff that has nothing to do with the actual story, so let's take it back. Sis moves to New England at the start of March. Mid-May, she calls me in hysterics. She's out of breath, trying not to project her voice while sobbing into the phone. I asked her what was wrong. She tells me that she thinks there's demons in the house, but Lou doesn't believe her. Our family follows the word of Jesus, and hearing my sister screaming about demons sent my attention into red alert. Right before she called me, she told me she was taking a shower. Lou's out of town, so when she saw a silhouette standing on the other side of the matte glass shower door, she screamed. She almost slipped. When she caught herself, she looked back towards the door. The silhouette was gone. But before that, she says that stuff around their house had gone missing, or stuff would end up in a completely different place from where they last put it. My sister is extremely OCD, and so she immediately noticed the oddities around the house, but she kept them to herself for the most part. She certainly never told me, until the silhouette. The terror set in for her a lot more while Lou was gone on business, and the disappearing acts continued. This was the first time the entity presented itself in physical form. It solidified my sister's conspicuous beliefs about everything that had been happening up to that point. A big house echoes a lot louder when you're alone, is one of the depressing quotes my sister would tell me. Apparently, her footsteps weren't the only ones to make noise up and down the hallways. She didn't care to chase the demon, though. She waited until morning, and then drove 4 hours back to mine and my parents' house. We live right next to each other. My dad's the one who taught us about the Holy Spirit, so he took it upon himself to drive back to my sister's place and disperse that evil energy plaguing her home. When they got there, it did not go at all how either of them expected. As they walked inside, my dad held his Bible close to his chest. Then, they heard the toilet upstairs flush, and the sink turned on. Demons don't use the bathroom, right? My dad didn't think so. He ushered my sister to stay where she was, and he starts to quickly and quietly make his way up the stairs towards the upstairs restroom. When the faucet turns on, my dad gets in a caveman-looking fighting stance, ready for the door to open, and confident a demon won't be what exists on the other side of that door. Dad Fireman kicks the door right when it unlatched, sending some homeless 40-year-old creep backwards into the counter behind him. Before the guy can get up, my dad gives him an old-school ass-whooping, mainly to make sure that he didn't get away before the cops got there. My sister called the cops, and they came to pick the creep up. Another cop comes to look around. They discover that he's been living in the attic since before they moved in. How was this missed by the inspection? Well, obvious answer is that they cut corners. And I guess that's the downside of having these things done while you're out of state. You gotta have a lot of trust in companies, which are just people that you don't know. The police also later alluded to the fact that the man likely suffered from schizophrenia. After the cops would leave, my dad would do some more digging. He found a makeshift tunnel that was hidden, even little passageways that this guy had built for himself in the attic that connected through the walls of the house, all stemming from their attic. They also found most of their missing stuff, aside from jewelry. The guy had also kept a butcher knife up there. Less than 3 months later, we'd all find out that Lou was cheating on my sister with a coworker. My sister ended up moving in with my family for a couple of months before she ended up in a new place of her own. And this time, we all went to the inspection, which I highly recommend if you're in a position of buying a home. You trust your inspector, or better yet, Get a second opinion if you can't view it yourself. I know lots of people find love online, but I swore off dating apps 5 years ago when I met Amy. It started off fine. I talked to her and a few girls for a couple of weeks before asking her to meet in person. We had the most in common, and she was the one that I found myself wanting to get to know more. When we agreed to meet, the plan was for me to pick her up at her house, and then we would go out for dinner and a movie. A nice, simple, low-pressure first date. Or it should have been. I know what you're thinking, that I was led to an abandoned property in the middle of nowhere and was promptly relieved of my possessions. But that's not the case. In fact, her house was completely normal, and she looked exactly like her picture. Rare finds, I know. The red flags didn't start appearing until we were at the restaurant. When interacting with me, she was the sweetest girl you ever met. But when it came to interacting with the waiter, she was a completely different person. All the guy did was ask to take our drink order, and her entire demeanor changed. She had an angry scowl, and her voice dropped at least 2 octaves. I never would have recognized her as the same person I'd been talking to. Yet, once the waiter walked away, she returned to her former peppy self, like it was this completely normal thing to do. That happened throughout dinner, and the movies were even worse. We changed seats several times because people sat too close, and she mocked everyone for how they looked or what they were wearing. Again, I know what you're thinking, raging narcissist, and yes, absolutely. I understood that before dinner was half finished, but not gonna lie, she kinda scared me. So I just wanted to get through with the date and then ghost her. After the movie, I took her home. She invited me in for coffee. Trying to politely decline, I said that I had to get up early, and she didn't want to hear it. She unbuckled my seatbelt and made me so uncomfortable that I pretended to agree. Then I turned to open my door, and I sent a quick call me text to my friend. Amy was closing her door, and I was just standing up when the phone rang. I answered and told her to give me a second so my roommate knew that I'd be late. She smirked and went inside, while I pretended everything was fine and told my friend not to expect me. He heard me call him my roommate, so he knew something was up. He played along, thinking that Amy could hear him. The second she went inside, I got back in the car and just ran for it. Not my proudest moment, but anyway, I was just turning off her street when the barrage of calls started. I blocked her, but she messaged me on Tinder instead. Since I was still trying to tell my friend what actually happened, I put my phone on sleep mode and let her text away. 30 minutes later, I was back home and ready to finish blocking Amy. In that amount of time, she not only found my Twitter, Discord, Reddit, and Instagram, she left over 200 messages in total. The majority of them were just random insults, but it was unsettling that she cared that much. In total, we'd known each other for less than 3 weeks and met once. I can't imagine that the date was that great for her. I didn't laugh at her cruelty or contribute to it. I barely spoke. This should be the end of the story. I sure thought it was. But my phone started blowing up again the next day. She made new accounts on everything, so I set all of mine to private. Then she started calling and texting from different numbers. I don't know if she was borrowing people's phones or spoofing her ID, but I was only dumb enough to answer one of her calls. She immediately began screaming, but I didn't wait to hear what she was saying before hanging up. I was just about ready to change my number when it finally stopped. I had hoped that she found someone new to obsess over, but that was too good to be true. There were 2 glorious days of peace before I woke to the sound of breaking glass at 3 a.m. I'm still not sure how, but she found out where I lived and threw a brick through my big living room window. I had to call the police and do the whole routine, so I didn't get back to sleep that night either. After seeing the messages Amy sent, they agreed that she was the likely suspect. and said that they would have to talk with her. Well, she wasn't at home, and I wasn't sure where she worked, just that she was a hairstylist. The officers said they would try again at the end of their shift, or have another car check with her that night. They also advised that I buy some security cameras. I did that on the way to work. They were installed the second I got home. That night, they recorded her approaching my house around the same time, only now she had a softball bat. She then proceeded to smash my mailbox before busting my taillights, headlights, and the window next to my front door. I didn't wake up until she was working on the car, and once I saw her on camera, I immediately called the police again. After reaching through the broken window and unlocking the door, she began smashing everything in her way as she searched for my bedroom. I couldn't get out of my window because it was painted shut, so I hid in my closet, and I watched and listened as Amy searched my house, and I called 911. I've honestly never been so scared in my life. She was proper crazy. She wasn't even drunk, just hurt and angry. When the cops finally arrived, I cried actual tears of relief. I couldn't see any flashing lights from my hiding spot, but I heard officers yelling at Amy when they charged inside. The icing on the cake, Amy wasn't even her real name. She was on the run from attempted murder charges in another state because she put her ex in the hospital. All in all, I'd say that I got off lucky. Insurance took care of the damages, and I never saw Amy again. She skipped town once she made bail, and I have no clue where she might be or what could have happened to her. I'm just grateful she didn't come back to mess with me again. So yeah, I quit online dating after that. This past summer, I was a counselor at a day camp. Aside from being a counselor, I was also a bus monitor. My job was to sit in front of the bus next to the driver and help the kids on and off the bus. The first couple of days of camp, I really enjoyed being a bus monitor. I got a ride there and back from camp, plus I got extra pay. But then it started getting creepy. The bus driver seemed okay at first. He was this older guy with a little hint of an accent. He would ask me weird questions, which, admittedly, I answered, because I thought wherever he came from, it was probably okay to ask these questions, and I didn't want to make him feel bad. On the first day of camp, he asked for my number. I thought nothing of it and gave it to him, figured it was for work. He would probably just want to call in the mornings when he got to my house. I was dead wrong. On the second day of camp, we passed a Dunkin' Donuts on the way back. Me, being the idiot that I am, just said nonchalantly, "Oh, I love Dunkin'." After we dropped off all the kids, he proceeded to go the opposite direction of my house. I asked him where he was going, and he said back to Dunkin'. I freaked out. I told him no, that he should just take me home. He wouldn't. I started asking more urgently. He wouldn't. I was screaming and on the verge of tears. I was begging for him to just please turn back. He wouldn't. I've just watched many shows in my lifetime, and I know what happens when creepy old men drive you away from a location, when they have control of you in their car. We were coming to a rolling stop. I pulled the doors of the bus open and I jumped out. I ran or walked 2 miles home, 90-degree weather, but it was well worth it. The next day, and the day after, he would bring me coffee from Dunkin'. Aside from the fact that I wouldn't trust it from him, I'm lactose intolerant, and I need almond milk. So I just got rid of it. Every day, he would act more and more creepy. The way that he would talk to me got worse. He'd make all these comments when I went to go help the kids off the bus about how sexy I am. Mind you, I was 14 at the time. That summer, my mental state was down the tubes. Every time I remembered I had to go back on the bus with him, I'd have a panic attack. I couldn't breathe. I never knew if he was going to do something to me. And you know the best part? No one believed me. I told my friends and the other counselors about the stuff that he did, and they thought it was totally normal. When he went upstate for the weekend and brought me back a pink watch, a pink flamingo keychain, and pink nail polish, do you know what they said? That's so cute. Hell no. It was downright creepy, and I don't know why they didn't think so. This is an actual conversation we had via text. Him. What are you doing? Are you alone? Me. I'm eating supper with my family. It was a lie, I just didn't want to talk to him. Him. Okay, call me later. Him. Are you awake? Him. Hello? Him. You should get WhatsApp. I use it to message the people I care about. I even showed these messages to people, and they still thought it was completely normal. I brought these messages to the director of the camp, and she still did nothing about it. I wasn't there the second half of the summer, but I heard that he still was. He should not be working anywhere near children, and I said as much. He should be in prison, behind bars. Even after the summer was over, he would still continue to call and text me. I was scared to block his number because he knew where I lived. Eventually, and luckily, after a few months of not answering, he stopped. Creepy bus driver whose name I won't mention. If you're reading this, fuck you. I'm a single dad who had to move into a new home after my wife passed away from delivery complications. I wanted to be close to family and to get out of the place where everything reminded me of Christy. Finding a new house was actually easier than I could have dreamed. The second place that I looked at was owned by a single mother with a 6-month-old who wanted to sell fast and move back to her hometown, which sounded super reasonable considering my own circumstances. We got along great. As soon as the money went through, she was out the next day, and I moved in. A few nights later, I was up late finishing work when there was a loud, steady knocking. It instantly woke the baby, so he was crying at full volume when I opened the door to a tall, skinny man with a long beard. He smelled like gasoline and looked at me like I was sleeping with his wife. He asked for the previous owner by name, like she still lived there, and I instantly knew the kind of man he was. I have 3 sisters who were very, let's call it, daring in their youth. I stood behind my dad while he got rid of plenty of these guys, so I can recognize their particular breed on sight. It was suddenly very clear why the lady had been in such a hurry to get out. Some mega creep knew where she lived, and she worried if I knew about it, I wouldn't take the risk. Well, she was right. Not after my son had just lost his own mother, but it was done now. Needless to say, the man didn't really believe she was gone. He thought my baby was her baby and wouldn't be fooled. Thankfully, I'd kept the glass door shut and said that I was calling the police as I closed the front door in his face. But he didn't move. I watched him through the window, and he stared right back at me for several minutes before slowly walking away. The police arrived about 5 minutes later and didn't find anyone walking around. I got cameras up the next day, but nothing happened for nearly 2 weeks. I'd almost forgotten about the guy until he showed up on my doorstep at midnight. His banging once again had the baby screaming, but this time I spoke to him through my Ring doorbell. It was the same conversation in more heated tones, and a 911 operator was listening to the whole thing. The guy kept insisting the baby was his, and he wasn't leaving without talking to its mother. A few minutes later, the police arrived. Before making him leave, they told him he wasn't allowed on the property, and he'd be arrested if he returned. He didn't have a record, and the cops explained to him that the previous owner was actually gone. So I really didn't expect him to return. A month, maybe 2, went by, and all was well. I forgot all about the asshole and fell into a new routine working from home. Part of that routine consists of a lunchtime nap since my son decided he doesn't enjoy sleeping for more than a few hours at a time. I had just gotten him to sleep and laid down myself when I heard a living room window shatter. I was on my feet in a second and soon realized my phone was still in the other room. Someone was walking over broken glass toward the hallway, meaning there was no way to get to the phone without confronting them. I knew it was the creep, because who else would it be? I pulled the dresser in front of the door. The only option I could think of was to grab the baby and try to get out the window, but as soon as I started opening it, the man was at the door. I could hear the knob turn before the banging started. He never said a word, but the dresser was moving another inch with every impact. I wasn't sure if I should hold it shut or keep going for the window. Climbing out with an infant isn't exactly a fast process, especially while my body was shaking from fear and adrenaline. Ultimately, I did go back to push it closed again, and the drawer's knobs dug into me painfully with each subsequent kick. I begged him to stop. I said I had called the police even though I couldn't. I tried offering him money. I even claimed to know the previous owner's address, but nothing stopped him. With each strike, his breaths became a little heavier, but at least 5 minutes went by without him slowing down. Do you know how long 5 minutes is in terms of attacking a door with your full strength? I was exhausted just trying to hold everything in place, but this guy wasn't showing any sign of quitting. I honestly didn't know what to do. Every worst-case scenario played out in my mind as the dresser continued bruising my arms and back. I was literally on the ground, legs braced against the closet wall and pushing with everything I had. Then I heard the most wonderful voice I'd ever heard in my life. It was a woman yelling, "Freeze, this is the police." Multiple footsteps came charging down the hall, and there was a loud crash as the creep was thrown to the ground. Another officer spoke to me through the door, advising me to stay put until they cleared the rest of the house. Once they had the man outside and knew that he was alone, I gave my statement. Luckily, my neighbor noticed the window on his lunch break, and when I didn't answer the phone, he called the police. It really does pay to know your neighbors. I have a full security alarm now, along with other cameras. The creep has spent a little time in jail, but he won't be there long enough to suit me. I can't afford to move yet again. Somehow, I don't think the restraining order will mean very much to him, but I'm happy to have it anyway. Hopefully, I'll just never have to see the man again. But yeah, that's my intruder story. Thanks for reading. This story took place during the summer of 2008, when my best friend got her license and we got our first taste of freedom, but we were also major assholes. There's going to be times you think to yourself, wow, what sorry little shits. Just know that I agree, and that karma is going to slap us with spiked stupid sticks. So on our first day of riding around, Raina and I basically circled town for hours while listening to music. At one point, we got behind a truck with one of those pink cancer ribbon magnets on the tailgate. Raina's aunt had breast cancer, so she wanted one for her car too. We figured they would have some at the mall, but we lived in a smaller town, so our mall had maybe 10 stores and a handful of kiosks. As we walked back to the car, I saw a cancer ribbon on a van parked a few spots down. So I said, "Oh look, they have the magnets here after all." Then I took it and stuck it on the back of Raina's truck. We were both utterly delighted. See, I told you we were little shits, and it gets so much worse. We had this weird little rush over stealing what was probably a $2 magnet and decided that we should try to collect all the different colors. For the rest of the day, we drove through various parking lots in search of these things. We got a few colors, but not the impressive rainbow display that we had imagined. When it started getting late, we decided to swing through Walmart one more time, and we were excited to find a camouflage ribbon. Incredibly pleased that our last stop was a success, I grabbed the new magnet off the black Ford truck. We looked around as we drove away, and no one seemed to be aware of our existence. We had never seen a camouflage ribbon before, but we live in the South. These people put camouflage on everything. By that age, I had seen at least 3 camo-themed weddings and knew more than a dozen guys that would answer camo when asked their favorite color. Most of the older kids at school had camo wraps around their trucks for Christ's sake. We never considered that they would be associated with the military. Anyway, with the new addition to our collection, we returned to Raina's house where we lined our trophies across her truck. Now, Raina lived pretty far outside of town. When you finally turned onto her long, winding road, the last 5 miles turned to a dirt one-lane. If more than a single car came through at a time, one of you was pulling over. It was also a dead end, so we never really saw anyone except for a few neighbors. When Raina's parents saw the magnets, we said we bought a bundle pack, and that was that. I spent the night and we woke up the next morning, ready for another round of magnet hunting. Oh, and in case you're wondering, no, we didn't have anything better to do. We didn't have a movie theater in my town. Kids generally hung out in big empty fields gathered around a bonfire because there was literally nothing else. After breakfast, we got ready to leave, but when we got to her car, all the magnets were gone, stolen. Instead, an envelope was taped to the trunk in their place. Obviously, this was a depressing number of years ago, so I don't remember everything the letter contained word for word, but I promise this is pretty damn close. Yesterday, I exited Walmart to witness your vehicle stopped behind my truck. I was then shocked and frankly disgusted to witness the theft of the camouflage ribbon. You drove right past me, laughing, without realizing you'd been caught. You also failed to realize I followed you home. I saw your father in the front yard and almost stopped to retrieve my magnet right there. But then I saw the neat little row of ribbons across your truck, and I became even more enraged. I could not trust that your father would instill upon you the respect you so clearly lack. You see, those ribbons hold a very important significance to those who display them. Most signify cancer awareness, but mine, for example, was given to me when my wife was killed by an IED. The ribbons are a symbol, a sign of respect, a simple way to know we are not alone, and to show others they are not alone. But you tried to take that away from me. Why? I've taken not only my ribbon, but also those from your other victims. I originally intended to press charges since I have your license plate number and address, but then I realized such an act would make me a suspect should any harm befall you. Since I'm not finished teaching you a lesson, I felt this could become detrimental to my cause. See you soon. We were beyond terrified. We hadn't told anyone else about what we did, so we knew it wasn't a joke. We'd been so immersed in our little world, we hadn't even noticed the truck following us home. We also felt like absolute garbage for thinking the camo ribbons were just for rednecks. Obviously, we didn't go magnet hunting, but we didn't want to stay at Raina's house either, so we decided to go to mine, only we never made it. When heading to town, Raina's small dirt road didn't go straight to the highway. It came to a stop sign. And directly across from you was nothing but forest and a huge dead-end sign with a double arrow pointing left and right. Left took us to the highway, and right took us into an extremely dangerous neighborhood where the meth heads were known to do their cooking. We turned left, and a black truck suddenly pulled out from one of the meth head driveways and zoomed up behind us, riding our ass. It was the black truck. We immediately started crying. To this day, it's still the most terrifying moment of my life. He would get within inches of our bumper, and then back off and do it again. He did it all the way to the stop sign, which led to a 65-mile-per-hour highway. Raina was so frightened that she didn't stop. She blew straight across the road to the other side without so much as looking. The other car that was barreling towards us laid on its horn and swerved to miss us. It couldn't have been by more than an inch. I looked back to see the truck sitting at the stop sign, safe and sound. The car that had narrowly avoided us was now stopped on the shoulder, but we were too afraid to turn around. I wouldn't let Raina drive to my house after that. I couldn't handle the thought of this guy finding out where I lived. I made her drive to the police station instead, and we spilled our sorry little guts, all while crying hysterically. Obviously, our parents were called and they were furious, but we didn't even care at that point. We just wanted to go home. The police seemed unsure how much of our story was accurate and how much of it was exaggerated, but we showed them the note, and that was real enough that each of us were followed home by a squad car, just to be safe. For the longest time, nothing else happened, but a few months later, we were in Raina's living room with the curtains open, and the truck drove to the end of the road and left again. It was the last time we ever saw it, but it made us wonder for the longest time, just how often did it drive by, and exactly when did it finally stop? So, thanks to TikTok's Kia challenge, almost everyone knows exactly how easy it is to steal my car. If you're one of those few who still hasn't seen it, like I was, then allow me to enlighten you. These dicks figured out a way that you can start the engine with a frickin' USB plug. All you gotta do is rip off the plastic thing under the wheel and rip out the part that you put your key inside of. Then, a USB port fits perfectly in place of a key. God, I still can't believe this shit. I used to own a 2015 model, but I lived in a rural area outside of a small town until January 17th, when I moved to the suburbs of a bigger city. Just 2 days later, my car was stolen on Friday night. Well, it was around 1 a.m., so technically Saturday, but whatever. That morning, I showered, ate, and all that good stuff before I planned to spend the weekend settling into my new place. Aside from stocking the kitchen, it's a bigger house than my old one, so I wanted to get a few new things to fill in the empty spaces. Except when I got outside, my car was gone. Since my new refrigerator came the day before, I had parked on the curb to let the delivery truck pull into the driveway, and I never moved it back. I doubt that it would have prevented the theft, but at least my Ring doorbell would have gotten a better shot of the assholes that took it. All mine caught was a tall person dressed in black, but the neighbors were kind enough to share theirs, too. The collective footage reveals another Kia pulling up behind mine, but none of the driver's features are discernible through the tinted window. From the time they pull up to the moment they drove off, it only took a few seconds. That's when the police explained how simple it was. They also said that the cars are sometimes found in hours, sometimes in days or weeks. Sometimes it's never. I spent most of the first day reading stories from other Kia owners, including one lady who lost her car the day before she moved. I can't even imagine how much that must have sucked. Of the people who actually got their cars back, many reported that it was stolen by teens going for a joyride. In some cases, the kids actually recorded their crime. Unfortunately, the majority of those ended their video by crashing, some on purpose, some by accident. But, out of the ones I read at least, those were usually solved within the same day or the next. Then there were the stories where cars were stolen specifically to commit other crimes. Those got pretty scary. They weren't all gas station and liquor store robberies. Some were straight-up kidnappings and murders. One guy said they used his car to trick his girlfriend into coming outside when they tried to abduct her. Thank goodness she was able to get back inside and call the police. Another guy's car was stolen from a parking garage and found weeks later with a dead body in the trunk, while others have been covered in blood and all kinds of fluid. I knew when reading those that, yeah, this feels more like my luck, but I was still hoping for joyriders. If I was really lucky, they would get pulled over before wrecking and everything would be fine. But yeah, that didn't happen. Yesterday, just over a week after being stolen, my Kia was found. Rather than trying to convey this in the same choppy order I learned it, I'm just going to tell you what actually happened. Again, this is a late Friday night, early Saturday morning situation. Only this time it's out in the middle of nowhere, on some random back roads. A couple in a large Chevy were on their way home when a Kia came speeding around a curve, almost hitting them. Both drivers swerved to avoid a collision, which sent my car careening off-road, where it flipped and rolled down a small embankment. The truck's driver pulled over safely and rushed to the embankment while his wife called for help. Upon shining his light over the edge, he saw that the passenger was already pulling the driver out of the wreckage. The man from the Chevy held out his flashlight while the two Kia boys climbed up the embankment. Back at the couple's truck, the wife was still on the phone with 911, and the man who'd been driving the Kia asked if he could speak to the operator. Only once he got the phone, he hung up and pulled out a gun. The passenger had one as well, and they fled in the Chevy. Had the wife not already called for help, they would have probably been stranded overnight or worse. I'm so grateful that they weren't hurt as well. When police arrived, they searched the wreckage and found plenty of blood, both new and old. While some clearly came from the crash, the older stains in the trunk and the back seat, they belonged to someone else. Someone who probably isn't alive anymore, judging by the quantity. They also found broken liquor bottles, drug paraphernalia, a leather bodysuit, a bag of adult toys, a blow-up doll that had been buckled into the back seat like a real person. It had popped during the crash, but the strangest part about that one was that someone had blacked out the eyes and colored SpongeBob squirt pants on the waist. They didn't just half-ass it either. It was done with a Sharpie and drawn in big, fancy bubble letters, like the actual cartoon. I don't care what the hell people do in or with their own property, but seriously, what the hell? At this point, I'm glad I won't be getting the car back. Even if it wasn't totaled, it would be evidence now anyway. The suspects were described as likely being in their 20s, and the police are still searching the area. But that's all the information that I've been made privy to. Oh, I almost forgot the best part. The officer who gave me this information, he had to ask if any of the items were mine. They weren't, and I understand he had to be sure, but having a 50-something-year-old man explain there's nothing wrong with assisted self-pleasure was a special kind of awkward, one that I never anticipated experiencing. That was the real horror in all of this. Well, thanks for letting me vent. I'm not sure what kind of car I'll get next, but I'm positive it won't be a Kia. Neighborhood Watch, April 3rd. Notice. There was a prowler spotted looking into windows on 84th Street. He's believed to be involved in a string of break-ins. Witnesses who saw the man began honking. The attention scared him away. Sunglasses, blue surgical gloves on his hands, brown hair, approximately 6 feet tall. Remember to lock your doors and please keep an eye out for this individual. Call the police if you see him. Comment 1, April 6th. I saw him walking down Kellogg Avenue yesterday. Just saw this post. Didn't know he was up to no good. Comment 2, April 7th. Could have been the same guy I saw up on Madison. Jean jacket, tall, short brown hair, walking awfully slow around the cars parked on the street. Got a weird feeling about him right away. Comment 3, April 9th. This man broke into my house last night after my daughter and I got home from the store. We're still pretty shaken up about the whole thing. It was the scariest situation I've ever been in. We got inside, my arms filled with bags. My daughter Maddie is using my cell phone to talk to her dad and walks into her room. I shut the door behind me with my foot and walked to our kitchen to set the groceries down. It's about 20 feet away, but before having a chance to even unbind myself from the heavy bags, I hear the front door behind me open and close again. Thinking my daughter had forgotten something in the car, I didn't instantly turn around, responding to what I heard. Nobody had been home yet today, and most of the lights in the house were still off. I'd just turned on one of those in the kitchen when I finally turned around. This man was standing just inside the door, completely still. The kitchen's glow barely reached to where he was standing, but clearly what I was looking at was not my daughter. I dropped the remaining groceries that were in my arms, and I scrambled to the closest thing that I could find to protect me, which was a steak knife in the sink. I start screaming at him with obscenities and threats that I'll refrain from quoting here, but Maddie heard them. She came running from her room and saw me pointing a long knife at someone in the dark. I told her to call the police on Mommy's phone, and thankfully I'd taught her how to do that in case of an emergency when she was 3. My eyes never left the man. I tell her to hang up with Dad and call the police now. That's when the man took a step forward. I matched his step with my knife still fully outstretched. He was weighing his options, and to my relief, he decided to turn and run away. The police showed up less than 6 minutes later, but by that point he was gone. They couldn't find him. I was asleep one night after taking some cold medicine, right next to my husband. We were young and newly married, 18 years old. We had rented a tiny one-bedroom house. It was great. It was across the street from the bank I worked at. So anyway, I groggily wake up around 2 or 3 a.m., thinking my husband was touching and messing with me. I sit up, and I see through the light of the streetlight through the window a man at the foot of the bed. He was kneeling, with his hand on the foot of the bed, and was intently looking at me. I remember his face and smell like it was yesterday. Once it registered in my brain, I screamed. My husband jumped up. As he was jumping up to face me on his left, the man ran behind him and out of the bedroom door, straight through our small living room, and out the front door. My husband thought that I'd had a bad dream and was trying to calm me down. I was hysterical, walked past him and into the living room. The front door was open, and the screen door propped open with a brick. My purse was strewn all across the floor, and the light was on. Our puppy was missing. We didn't have a home phone, as we were rushing to get dressed so we could go use a payphone to call the police. I heard a car door shut. I freaked out more, screaming, "He's stealing our car." As we run towards the front door, a female officer was walking up. I immediately started blubbering, trying to explain. She had caught the guy running across the street in a hurry. Suspicious that time of night, small town back in 1998. She starts to take him in for being intoxicated. As she did, she spots him putting something in his pocket. It's my change purse. She runs a social off my card. I know, I don't carry it with me anymore. And up pops my address. Since it's a street over, she decides to stop by and check it out. Bless her. Turns out that the guy lived in a motorhome across the street. I worked the drive-thru at a small bank right next to it. I walked to work. He'd also been in my home previously, because small items missing from my home were found in his RV. He left almost $500 in my purse. He took my change purse with maybe $40, my social security card, and a photo. He also took a butter knife, a dish towel, and, if I remember correctly, a small flashlight we had. He'd stolen a carton of cigarettes that my husband had just bought. Those were in his RV. He had gloves, tape, and rope on his person. He was there for more than earthly possessions. This was back in '98. He took a plea and was put away for 15 years. Included in his list of charges was another sexual offense. His rap sheet was lengthy with sexual offenses. He was in his 50s. I was 18. I found out about 5 years later that there was way more to the story than I could have imagined. There was a string of break-ins, assaults, and rapes around a local university back in '97, '98. The assailant would break in as the girls were sleeping, and when he was able to, he taped their eyes closed and did terrible things. One of the girls caught a glimpse of a tattoo on his arm. Once it was televised on the news, the attacks abruptly stopped. That university was in the next town, 15 minutes from our little house. Laws had just changed, and the man's DNA that broke into my home and matched the DNA from at least 5 other cases. I suddenly started seeing how truly blessed and protected I'd been. I was used as a witness because the MO was the same, and at that point, he was a serial rapist. All the other 5 girls were 17 to 24 years old, and we all looked similar. He was put away with 2 60-year sentences. I'm sorry this was so long. I've never really told my story, not often. One time I was telling it to a new friend during the in-between time when it had happened and when the DNA connection was made. She didn't believe me. She actually called me after the other trials when she saw the news and apologized. I think it's time to just own my story and move past it. Thanks for taking the time to read it. Oh, P.S. For those of you that were wondering, we did find our puppy. About 3 days later, after combing every street around us, he ended up a couple of streets over on a back road, behind where the RV was parked. He seemed unaffected, but we sure were thrilled to have him back. My dad once volunteered to pick my girlfriend up from the airport after I broke my leg in a skiing accident. This story is told from their accounts. It was near 11 p.m., and my dad, Russ, was sitting in his car waiting for my girlfriend, Via, to get off the flight. Russ had been sitting there for a while, and the left taillight of the car in front of him had been blinking and flashing randomly. It flittered and blinks, and then he watched a physical spark ignite inside the taillight. It's an older Plymouth, and Russ assumes that it's just wiring. He continues to watch it, though, in case another spark decides to become a flame. Via gets into my dad's car, and right behind her are a couple more passengers from the plane. One is an older man that gets into the passenger seat of the Plymouth. Both cars are pulling out of the arrival lot at the same time. There's a couple mile of highway leaving the airport before getting back to the freeway. The whole time they're following the car with a burnt-out taillight. Then all of the lights in the back end of the Plymouth begin to malfunction. At first, they're watching this light show thinking it's a shame. They're probably going to get pulled over and have no idea why. But then they see the right taillight pop out from the back and bounce on the road, nearly crashing through their windshield. Russ would swerve last minute to avoid the object that was hurling toward them. The highway that they're traveling is a single lane, grass hills on either side. If Russ hadn't been able to correct the car when he fishtailed, Via and him would probably have been killed if they went off that hill at the speed they were going. When the cars align right behind the Plymouth again, their shared anger dissipates into horror as they watch the arm of a small child start to reach out from the hole made in the rear taillight. The arm looks frail or bloody or bruised, all 3. They've got it stretched out to their shoulder, and they're waving desperately for help. Russ reaches for his cell phone to call the police, but it's dead. Via's phone is almost dead too, but she manages to get the phone call connected long enough to describe the car and part of its license plate. She told them where they were, what they were seeing. When the cars got onto the freeway, the Plymouth picked up speed, and Russ was unable to maintain visuals on the car. He and Via would eventually give up the pursuit 20 miles past their original exit. When they got home and could charge their phones, they filed an official report. They even tried to get information as to if the Plymouth was ever caught or not. We were never able to figure out what happened. But we pray that the police were able to locate the car and help whoever was in the trunk. At the ripe age of 7 years old, dressed as a mischievous jester, I roamed the streets of my hometown with my older sister one Halloween night. Eventually, my sister's friends would join us, and we would all be reveling and participating in the laughter and the shrieks that were echoing through our neighborhood. The thrill of costumes, the taste of candy, and the sugar high it provided us to keep on keeping on. It's strange. I can recall both the good and the bad of this night. At this moment, I was having the best time, completely oblivious to what was going to happen next. As midnight approached, it was a bit more still in the neighborhood now. I was tired and I wanted to go home. I remember dragging behind my sister and her friends a bit. She was holding my candy for me, and I was trying to hold my eyes open. It was during this lull that I felt eyes watching me. Somehow, I knew someone was behind me. Probably just some kids, I thought to myself. I quickly turned around, but I saw what looked like a grown-up. I didn't see any kids with the person, and so, for some reason, I started to pick up my pace a bit. I turned around, and there was no longer anyone there. I brushed off the unease as I got closer to my sister and her friends, convincing myself it was just the imaginative spirit of the holiday playing tricks on me. Before I knew it, I'd slowed my pace down again, and even worse, I'd let my guard down. Out of the shadows to my right, between two streetlights and an alleyway, emerged a figure. The man, tall and menacing. He wore a dark cloak. His cold eyes filled with a predatory glare. It set off alarm bells in my head, even at 7 years old. I tried to turn away, to escape his gaze, but my body felt frozen, trapped like a fly in a web. Before I could react, he lunged forward, his hands aiming to grasp me, to drag me into the abyss of the alley, I'm sure. He'd managed a hand over my mouth just in time to silence my initial scream. His hand smelled like an ashtray, and it was suffocating how much stronger he was than me. Within only a few moments, I felt myself being dragged further away from the street, further away from my sister. I would start to slip from his grip, and he'd sort of hike me back up, grunting and making horrible noises, before getting his grip back and continuing his sprint. Panic surged through my veins, and through what I can only assume was pure adrenaline, I found the strength to break free from his clutches. I remember my costume jingling like crazy as I sprinted through the seemingly endless maze of alleyways and deserted streets. I'm not sure where I was looking, but I heard my name being called, and damn it if it wasn't coming from behind me, the one place I didn't want to look. Only it was my sister's voice. Apparently, I'd just sprinted past not only my sister, but her whole group of friends. They were still on the street, standing where the man had initially pulled me in. Shock, fear, I don't know what it was, but I screamed for them to get away from there. My sister approached me urgently, and when she got to me, she held a hand to her mouth, quickly to hide her expression. And through her hand, she asked if I was okay and what happened. By this time, I wasn't capable of forming words, only tears. She picked me up and carried me the rest of the way home. All of her friends followed. The only person I was willing to say anything to was my mom. And oh boy, I think my sister was kind of worried about that. That was the last year my sister was allowed to take me trick-or-treating. My parents weren't really punishing her so much as holding themselves accountable, I think. The real problem was the grown adult who was out there trying to snatch up children on Halloween night. I remember my mom being on the phone with the police. My parents were upset that it wasn't being taken more seriously. Probably just some kids playing a joke, ma'am. Even I knew this was no joke. When my mom would tell this story, she'd always get heated and mock the police with that line, just some kids playing a joke, wondering how many times they'd said that same line and how many times it was never just some dumb Halloween prank. Last week, my grandmother died. It wasn't unexpected, but yeah, there was still all the usual stuff to deal with. I come from a big family and most of us live out of town, so that meant that everyone wanted to stay at Grandma's. Except, guess what? We're also poor. Granny's house is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. It's been converted into a 3-bedroom by giving up the dining room. Granny had 3 boys, and those boys had a bunch of kids who were all grown now with kids of their own, myself being one of them. Tons of people were at this house, and I was planning to be in town for 3 nights. There's no way I was going to stay there, even without my partner, who stayed home to feed the cats. The best solution seemed like an Airbnb, so I found one 10 minutes from Grandma's and booked it. A little context before I get to the next part. This is a small town. Everybody knows everybody. It's also a historically famous town, so they get lots of tourists there. Lastly, I've changed my last name since moving away, and very few people outside of my family know about it. I could have been anyone renting this place. Alright, so this house was in a neighborhood that I know very well. It's part of the reason I picked it. Several of my friends had lived on those streets, and I wanted to drive through just for nostalgia. I hadn't recognized the house's pictures because it had been painted since my time in high school. But once I actually got there, it started to seem very familiar. I just couldn't place why. I was late for dinner with my family and didn't have long to dwell on it until I returned later that night. I'd hoped to go straight to bed since I had to be up early, but I doubt I got more than a couple of hours. Every time I fell asleep, I'd wake up to the sound of something moving around in the walls. I'm plenty accustomed to sharing my houses with the local wildlife, but this sounded like a whole family of raccoons were in a territory war with some possums. I'm not a pleasant person when I'm sleepy. Around 3 a.m., I lost my temper, got out of bed, and began banging on the walls while screaming, "If you make one more sound, I swear to Christ I'll rip open this wall and drag you out by the tails." I was crying. My voice was cracking. I looked like a complete lunatic. It wasn't my proudest moment, but strangely enough, it worked. There wasn't another peep for the entire night. That should have been another clear red flag, but I was so tired, I didn't even question it. The next morning, I was so exhausted I didn't even shower. I just went back to Granny's and got to work. One of my cousins is the same age as me, and another is only 2 years younger. So the 3 of us were particularly close growing up. Jennifer's husband stayed behind with their toddler, and Jake enjoys being single too much to ever settle down, so they were also flying solo. We were all talking and cleaning out the hallway closet. They complained about sleeping on the couches and never being able to get into the bathroom, and I complained about the weird noises that kept me up half the night. One thing led to another, and we decided that they would stay with me for the last 2 nights. The house I rented had 2 bedrooms and bathrooms anyway. If I could take a little pressure off everyone staying at Granny's, why not? That night I pulled into the driveway, turned off the car, and just as I was opening my door, Jake started freaking out. He asked me if I was messing with him at least 10 times, and when he realized I was serious, he got mad. I hadn't seen him that angry since we were kids. Then he pulled out a gun from his bag, got my keys, and told us to wait in the car. We definitely should have listened, but we didn't. We followed him inside and straight to the master bedroom. He was so upset, I don't think he even noticed us. He didn't say a word until he got to the closet doors. Then he ripped them open and began yelling for Brandon to come out, or he was going to start shooting into the wall. Jennifer and I were shocked into silence at this point, but then we heard footsteps. They started directly behind the bed and continued around to the closet, where a greasy, disgusting man suddenly appeared from behind a hidden door. I recognized him instantly. He was the creepy kid we went to school with, and we were in his mother's old house. She passed away several years ago, and it was left to Brandon. He had never had much success with women, so he decided to try his luck with Airbnb. Apparently, he only rented to young women traveling alone. Anyone else was turned away. There were also hidden cameras all over the place, including the bathroom. Thank goodness I didn't shower. Brandon was so proud of his setup that he bragged about it to a few friends, and small town life being what it is, Jake had heard about what that weird kid had ended up doing, but it didn't occur to him to report it until it affected someone he knew. Obviously, things could have been handled better, but I'm just glad no one else will fall victim to this guy. The property's banned from Airbnb, and we were able to provide the police with enough evidence to get a search warrant for his computers. The worst thing he caught me doing on camera was changing clothes and threatening to tear open the walls during my 3 a.m. freakout. But that's all been deleted now. Well, except for what the police needed to keep as evidence. I don't expect Brandon will serve any time over this, but I hope he's had enough trouble that it'll make him think twice before he tries anything like this again. The whole town knows about it too, so he can't fly invisibly under the radar anymore either. Overall, it could have been much worse. So I'm just thankful for bringing Jake and Jennifer back with me that night, even if it did mean sharing Granny's house for the remainder of our stay. I'm 23 and I've lived in Montreal for the last 2 years. Overall, I love it here and will likely stay after graduation even. However, I wanted to share a creepy story, something I got myself into last year. I was really curious about the dark web. I wanted to know what it was all about. I'd seen my friends search it before, but I was curious. So, I went on YouTube to find a tutorial on how to access the dark web using an Android. I was pretty excited, genuinely curious, even though I didn't really know what I was getting myself into at all. I tried to prepare myself by covering my phone camera with tape, something I saw online. I went to my room, locked the door, and then I opened the 4chan page that I'd found with several dark web links, and at first, everything seemed fine. I started exploring some normal chat sites, just observing without actually chatting myself. As I gained a little confidence as to how these sites worked, I decided to open this creepy, anonymous confession site. Let me tell you, my faith in humanity, whatever it remained, it completely vanished after reading some of those confessions. People were confessing to killing their own family members, their neighbors. Some even admitted to failed attempts at murder and expressed their regret. People encouraged these individuals to, quote, keep going, and to, quote, never give up. I mean, murderers helping murderers, really. Pages of disturbing comments about enjoying the suffering of others, in graphic descriptions that I won't repeat here, but can never unsee. There were more mentally disturbed individuals commenting on how stupid people are just for loving someone and not doing bad things to them. Of course, there's no way to tell if any of this is real, but there's only so much one can fake. These people, whether guilty of their crimes or not, were sick, spending hours writing these manifestos of disturbing thoughts and behaviors. I wanted to move on from this, but at the same time, I wanted to know more, so this is on me. I went ahead and opened some cryptic community chat links, ones titled things like serious inquiries only or things that had acronyms I didn't understand. Most of these took me to things that looked like online marketplaces for drugs, guns, or other illegal weapons, some bootleg designer products, etc. There were tons of people buying and selling, trading crypto. I had no intention of making any purchases or anything like that, so honestly, it was getting boring. I clicked out immediately, and suddenly something popped up on my phone. Another website. Already feeling sickened. It only got worse when this new site opened to what appeared to be a site selling things made out of human skin and organs. The prices were outrageous, and it made me want to vomit. So I decided to stop and close out of everything. I deleted the browsing app, tried to forget about what I'd seen by listening to my playlist to fall asleep, but sleep eluded me for almost 2 straight days. Everything felt horrible and ugly. It was a terrifying experience that, honestly, I wish I could take back. About a week after, things started to go back to normal, and then I was using WhatsApp to text my friends. I received a notification. It was a message from an unknown international number. I felt a little tense. I didn't have any friends from abroad, so I suspected it might be a scam. I ignored the message, but the next day, I received another text from the same number. It said, "You can't ignore me. I'm still here. Always here. You can't run away." At this point, I was convinced that things had gotten a little out of hand and that it was probably my visit to the dark web. I started to believe that I was possibly in danger. Without wasting any time, I blocked the number and confided in my close friends about what had happened. One of my friends told me that the same thing had happened to his cousin after he surfed the dark web. He blocked the numbers, but soon started receiving creepy and threatening calls. He literally had to change his number to get his life back to normal. So there I was, basically scared to death and feeling like such an idiot for even being curious. I didn't know whether to tell my mom or dad about what had happened. I thought it was best to try to handle it on my own. But the next day, I received another text from a different unknown international number on WhatsApp. This time the person was threatening me, using my real name and even the things that I'd been searching for on my phone's browser. They knew my school. They knew details I'll never feel comfortable with. This time, I blocked the number and reported it as spam. I deleted WhatsApp entirely and deactivated all of my social media accounts. Then, I showed the first text to my dad. He has a friend who works for the company that provides my SIM card. After my dad saw the weird texts, he gave the number to his friend to see if he could figure anything out. A few weeks after, I finally decided to get back online. I received another text message from an unknown number. Again, they were threatening me, increasing the amount of money that they wanted before they destroyed my life. I didn't know what they had planned, but I wasn't giving in. I did the blocking, and I had another mental breakdown with my parents over the phone. Luckily, my dad's friend was able to help me get a new number, a new phone, and since then, nothing has happened. I made a promise to myself and to my family that I would never go back to the dark web or get involved in shady activities. Even if someone offers me money to surf the dark web, I won't do it. My life is too important to risk that kind of horror. Some people may think this story is fake, but I assure you, it's 100% true. But I don't encourage you to try it yourself. I have no reason to lie about such a creepy, random thing. I don't really care if anyone believes me. I'm just sharing my experience, and hopefully it helps. That's it. Thanks for reading. My name is Catherine. I'm 42, my husband is 45, and we live alone in a middle-class suburban neighborhood. There's nothing very interesting about us. He drives a UPS truck, and I'm an office manager. Even our fights are boring. Most of them are minor issues, like his unwillingness to put the trash in the bin or my inability to clean my hair from the shower. But there's one topic that I've always been deadly serious about: locking the doors. When I was a teenager, a man broke into my aunt's house and strangled her. That's always really stuck with me. We never even open our windows, but I constantly recheck them, and I check the doors several times each night. I know I'm making myself sound neurotic, but I swear I'm only like this when it comes to home security. I've never suffered from anxiety or depression. I've always been painstakingly, mind-numbingly normal. I just like to feel safe in my own house. That's it. I'm not completely unreasonable or delusional. We've lived here since I was 25, and there's never been so much as a vandalized mailbox on our entire block. I fully understand I can overreact when it comes to this topic, and I'll be the first to apologize when I do. But I also don't think I'm asking for the moon, you know? I just wanted him to lock the damn doors. The problem is I usually go to bed earlier than my husband, and he'll sometimes go outside after I've gone to sleep. When he comes back in, he doesn't think to lock the door. He never had to in his childhood home, and never saw a reason to bother with ours either. I can't tell you how many times screaming matches have happened after I've woken up to find the door unlocked. And this was before it almost cost us our lives. It happened on Labor Day weekend. We had a nice block party on Saturday, probably drank a little more than we should. Then we went home, had a boringly normal evening, and went to bed early. The following morning was much the same. Everything was absolutely fine until that afternoon, when we heard Cindy Lincoln screaming bloody murder. We instinctively ran towards the sound, which seemed to be originating from just outside our house. When we got to our front door, my eyes automatically noticed that it had been left unlocked again, but I pushed my anger aside. There was a more pressing matter at hand. Miss Lincoln was actually in the yard next door, but we didn't see anything that could be causing her distress. We went to her at the same time as the neighbors on the opposite side, and several other heads started to poke out of their doors as well. Then we saw the broken glass on the front stoop, and soon, the whole street was gathered and working themselves into a panic. They didn't calm down until the police arrived. No one was eager to see the scene firsthand, but Cindy's husband was able to get most of her story before she was interviewed. She had originally walked straight to the back door where she often let herself inside to borrow, or in this case return, various kitchen supplies to Mrs. Anderson. Both women were in their 50s and very close friends. Cindy knew something awful happened the moment she entered. The house was ransacked. She called for the Andersons even though she knew they wouldn't answer. She didn't want to go any further, but she couldn't leave without knowing for sure. It only took a glance into their bedroom to be certain. Mrs. Anderson was on the bed and barely recognizable. We would later learn that she'd been stabbed 26 times. Her husband was tied to a chair, beaten, and shot in the head. Cindy stumbled out of the house in a horrified daze, and that's when we heard her screaming in the yard. Speculations of a serial killer began to spread all over town, and I did my best to focus on the fact that the Andersons were probably targeted due to their age, that it wouldn't have mattered if the doors were locked or not. When someone like that wants to get in, a lock usually isn't enough to deter them. It wasn't easy, but by redoubling my effort to stay awake longer than my husband, I began to experience something that resembled healing. Then, last week, they caught the killer, and he gave a full confession. He was young. He'd always fantasized about killing somebody. Finally worked himself up enough to go through with it. He let his computer pick a random neighborhood within a few chosen parameters and found himself on our street. When he turned off the connecting road, he immediately pulled alongside the curb and approached the house that he was parked in front of. Their door was locked, so he walked to the next house over. Their door was also locked. So were the next three, but the Anderson home was unlocked, so he went inside, and he did what he did. Had their doors been locked, our house would have been next, and he could have come inside to do what he did. My husband hasn't actually forgotten to lock the door again, but yet I still can't bring myself to trust him. I'm 25 and doing okay now, but I grew up in a poor family, the kind of poor where my older brother had to drop out of school to help work. I was ashamed of where I lived, and I would do anything to hide it from my friends. If someone wanted to come over, I'd make up an excuse for why we needed to stay at their house instead, which obviously becomes more difficult the longer you try to pull it off. But in 8th grade, something happened that broke me of the habit for good. My best friend at the time was a kid named Jordan. His family wasn't rich, but to me, they seemed that way because they lived in a 2-story house in a really nice area, had 3 vehicles, and always wore name brand clothes. Then there was the biggest sign of them all, the one that screamed, "Hey, my family is successful." Jordan went to the doctor every time he got sick, and he went to the dentist multiple times a year. He even had braces for a while. Most of the kids in my neighborhood were lucky to even get their vaccinations. I stayed with Jordan every chance I got because his dad took us to fun places that mine could never afford, and restaurants I would otherwise never see the inside of. Anyway, you get the idea. Jordan had a much different lifestyle than myself, and I was jealous, but only until homecoming weekend of 8th grade year. That's when everything changed. I stayed with Jordan Friday night and most of Saturday without any issues. If I'd gone home that evening, everything would have been fine, but I desperately wanted to stay an extra night. We stayed up playing Halo long after his parents went to bed, and since we were known to sleep late into the afternoons, Jordan had a black blanket tacked over the window. No light got through that thing. To anyone on the outside, the house would look completely dark. Maybe if there had been a visible light, they would have waited for a different night. But I always torture myself with the what-ifs when reliving this night. It was 11 years ago, but I still remember it like it happened yesterday. Around 2 a.m., Jordan paused the game because he heard something downstairs. We listened for a few seconds, but quickly disregarded it. After a couple more minutes had passed, I heard something and paused the game. This time, we both heard something, but it was faint, and it happened so fast that we couldn't be sure. We later learned that one of the intruders knocked a picture frame off of a table, but Jordan didn't have any pets, so we didn't understand what it could possibly be unless his parents were awake. Then Jordan's phone buzzed with an angry text from his dad. He wanted to know what the hell we broke, why we were downstairs so late in the first place. We both read the message at the same time, and I'm sure my face looked just as horrified as Jordan's. His fingers raced over the keys as he explained that we were still in his room, that we thought they must have made the noise. The next message makes my blood run cold. My mind couldn't dance around the facts anymore. It's crazy how our brains fill in the blanks when we're in crisis mode. In reality, the text was filled with errors and missing words. Most people would need a second to decipher what the sender intended to say, but when it was discussed afterwards, Jordan and I both swore it was written perfectly. We had to read it again to believe differently, but we had no trouble understanding Miss Sheila was calling the police, and they wanted us to hide in the closet. We were both in a complete state of shock and sobbing softly as we crawled to the back of Jordan's walk-in closet. We each settled into one of the corners and pulled clothes down on top of ourselves. Then we waited for what was the longest 12 minutes of my life, until the police arrived. Of those 12 minutes, I have no clue how many passed before we heard Jordan's door open, and a woman's voice said, "It's not this one either." After a pause, she added, "Yes, I'm sure. It's a boy's room." And the door was shut softly. There was another long stretch of silence before we finally heard an officer shouting for someone to freeze. We came out from under the clothes then, but we didn't come out of the closet until Jordan's dad was at the door calling for us. The police arrested a man and his sister who broke into the wrong house in order to kidnap a man's 6-year-old daughter. His wife left him for Jordan's next-door neighbor, and he decided the best way to get even was to take the kid away. All the houses in the subdivision were built with the same floor plan, so they broke into an empty one to learn the layout. Since they knew where the master bedroom was, they avoided running into Jordan's parents and came straight to the rooms most likely to hold the daughter. Suddenly, my house didn't seem so bad anymore, and I got over my embarrassment. I still wasn't a fan of being there. I just wasn't filled with shame by the prospect of someone knowing where I lived. I didn't stay with Jordan overnight quite as often after that, either. It's not because I thought it would happen again. I just couldn't feel safe sleeping there. As an adult, I can look back and say that it was probably PTSD, but I wouldn't have thought to put that label on it as a kid. Jordan and I still see each other occasionally. We just don't talk about that night very often. Back in the 80s, I did janitorial work for several businesses in my area. It's not a small town, but it's certainly not a big city. I cleaned a few banks, lawyers' offices, a real estate agency, places like that. One of the banks was my biggest job, so I always had a second person, Susan, come with me. That evening, I met Susan at the bank and got started cleaning the employees' restroom while she did the customers. Next was the break room. I was sweeping while she wiped the counters. And then there was a bunch of screaming in the lobby. Men were also yelling, but we couldn't make out what anyone was actually saying. Our first thought was a medical emergency. Susan's mother was a midwife, and she'd been helping deliver babies since she was 16. It wouldn't have been the first time that she had to help a pregnant lady while she was on the job. But that's not why the people were screaming. Susan went through the lobby doors first, and I was right behind her. She only made it a few steps before a loud bang sounded, and she just stopped dead in her tracks. Everyone started screaming even louder, but I still didn't understand what had happened, even when she turned to me, white as a sheet, with a red stain blossoming across her chest. I didn't understand. It wasn't until she collapsed into my arms that I saw the men with guns, 3 of them in black masks. 2 were fighting while the third came to pull me away from Susan. As they did, her body fell to the floor with a surreal thud, and I was pushed into the crowd of other hostages. My hands and clothes were covered in blood. I can still feel it all these years later. That's something that never leaves you. The 2 men were mad at the third for firing, but he thought Susan was a security guard because of the way she came charging through the doors. The guy pleads that it wasn't his fault. The man who pushed me took the shooter and the bank manager back to the safe while the last man stayed to watch us. He said if we stayed calm, no one else would get hurt. Most of us were just crying and praying. If any of the men had heroic intentions, none became a reality. A couple of minutes later, police cars began forming a blockade around the building, and our captor called for his friends. That's about the time the phones started ringing. They rang for the longest time before the other 2 returned with bags full of money, and the one in charge answered it. The police wanted to negotiate, and none of us breathed a word when he said no one had been hurt. Well, the cops were only called because someone heard the gunshot, so they didn't really believe him anyway. For the next hour, myself and 27 other people sat on the floor while the officers attempted to negotiate our release. The only thing the thieves wanted was a getaway car and a clear path out of town, but the terms of how this would be executed proved to be an impossible task. I'm not sure what officer said to the guy on the phone, but he started to sound like he was willing to walk out of there. Unfortunately, that pissed off the one who had shot Susan. He started screaming that he would kill everyone in the building, including himself, before he went back to prison. The one on the phone said something to the third guy, the one who had been left to watch us, and I didn't understand what it was. I think it was in Spanish. Then those 2 laid down their guns, got on their knees, and put their hands behind their heads. The moment they did, Susan's killer raised his weapon, but before he could fire, one of the bank's glass doors exploded from a sniper shot. All I saw was red all over the floor. I was still in shock. And now, his body is like a blur in my memory, like someone censored it for TV. The police interviewed us for hours, but we didn't learn anything about the thieves until we saw the news later. The 2 who surrendered had successfully robbed 3 banks without violence before ours, but their decision to include a third man proved to be theirs and our undoing. The new guy had also just been released after a 10-year sentence for various violent crimes. I was the one to tell Susan's husband the tragic news. Hands down, one of the worst things I've ever had to do in this life. I don't know how doctors or police officers do it on a regular basis. The way a person's face, their whole body and demeanor, it just collapses into itself. The gut-wrenching wails that penetrate your soul. I never want to see that again. I got stabbed 3 times in my ribs on my left side, and one nasty stab, 1 millimeter, from my heart, which punctured my lung. Doctors were amazed I even survived. I'm going to try to go into as much detail as possible about the experience itself. If you're fighting, like I was, you don't feel the knife going in due to all the adrenaline. This guy, he's already tried to jack me before. I've never seen him pull a weapon on somebody, but he was literally always bothering somebody, and he loved hanging out in my local strip mall. On the day I got stabbed, he must have seen me hit the ATM and was feeling bold. He ran up on me the moment I turned the corner to get to my car. Luckily, I caught a glimpse of him just as it was happening, and I managed to hit him in the face as he tried to hit me in mine. Then, while practically embracing each other and punching each other, I realized something hurts. Then the guy started running, and I seemed to calm down, but I started to feel this warm liquid just running down my chest. Each time I breathed, more liquid would shoot out. The sensation is that of a warm water bottle being poured down your chest. Mind you, blood is thicker than water, so just picture water being a bit heavy and very slimy. Then, the pain started to kinda kick in. With the pain came the realization that I was seeing and feeling blood ooze from my body. About that time, I started getting this feeling like being poked 1,000 times with needles all over my legs. I started losing a ton of breath, and breathing became a chore. Each breath, it just got shorter and shorter, and you can't do anything about it. You can't even take a full breath. When you try, your body just doesn't let it in, and you just get a really heavy pain with each inhale. Worst of all, you're not taking in any of that air. After that, you lose your energy. And your legs, they give up completely. They become straight up noodles and you fall down fast. At that point, you'll barely be able to get up because your legs literally cannot stand. I was bleeding out for 14 minutes on the street. Next thing I noticed is my hearing, it started to fade. It's like when you go underwater, but the hearing effect is a bit less heavy. As time went on, the underwater hearing effect started to become stronger, and I could barely hear the people or sounds around me. They were completely disorienting. I swear you'll think I'm making this up, but when someone talks, you get this echo effect with their voice, like yelling into a canyon, how you can still hear your voice echo a few more times. When the officer was eventually talking to me, I literally could hear the cop say one sentence, and then I'd hear just the echo effect. It would sound like he said it 3 or 4 times. Each time, his voice fading further away. Next, my vision started getting black. My eyes were open, but my vision started getting really dark. It was like a black circle just closing in, and I could just see this small pin drop of light in the middle. The rest became blurry. That's probably what people mean when they say the light at the end of the tunnel, because that's literally what it looked like. At that point, it was 18, 19 minutes into my stabbing, and I had just started hearing a ringing noise in my ears. And then I swear to God, literally all my pain just went away. It was this weird, peaceful, like quietness, and it just makes you want to close your eyes and go to sleep. At that point, I didn't even fear dying. It was so surreal and peaceful. No pain. It was such a weird experience, and I swear I'm not crazy or a religious person. It was very tempting to just close my eyes and let go. But literally, I was thinking of my mom and the pain my family would go through for years. I fought so hard to stay awake. I believe that while in that state, if I would have closed my eyes, that would have been the end of my life. I had some random, really nice people come to me. One of them with braids wouldn't let me close my eyes. They would do a light slap on my face. He placed my head on his lap and would stop me multiple times from closing my eyes. His other friends were putting pressure on my wound. They didn't even care that they were getting my blood on their clothes or hands. I never got to see those people again, so if for some reason you're reading this, thanks. You literally helped me stay alive, and I thank you for being by my side. Humans sometimes need other humans, you know? I appreciate it. This was 1:30 a.m. by a guitar center that will hopefully help you remember. So again, thank you. Hope that gives you all a clear picture of what it feels like to be stabbed, in my case, right in the middle of your chest. I'm a 28-year-old female who lives alone in a usually very normal, very boring neighborhood. Every weekday, I leave at 7 and return at 4. Last Friday, I opened my office and did my usual routine until it was time to catch up on paperwork. I reached up to pull down my reading glasses, but they weren't on my head, or my desk, or in my purse. They were nowhere. Worried I left them at home, I pulled up my camera footage to watch myself leave the house. Sure enough, I wasn't wearing them. Just as I was about to close the video, I saw 3 men walking along the sidewalk, and I watched them out of curiosity. I assumed they were heading to the bus stop, but then they turned towards my house. Keep in mind, these are cheap cameras. There's no motion detection. We don't have much crime in my area, so if I don't have a reason to check the recordings, I never see them. Anyway, the men walked across my lawn, went into the backyard, and crawled through my kitchen window. Horrified, I began skipping through the footage, waiting to see them exit. But there was no further movement. They were still inside, in real time. My office is 1 street over from the police station, so a unit arrived there first. As soon as I showed them the video, they sent extra cars to my house. The 3 men had robbed the convenience store behind my street, and their getaway car abandoned them. The police had been searching for them all morning. I watched live footage of several officers entering my house. They could be heard yelling, telling the men inside to freeze and drop their weapons. Then, there was the horrifying sound of several gunshots and screams of pain. I've never actually heard someone yell like that. The officers who had stayed with me left immediately, but the fight was over before they arrived. I watched as 1 suspect was brought out in handcuffs. There was no sign of the other 2. A few minutes later, an ambulance arrived to take away a wounded policeman. I later learned that he was shot in the abdomen, but thankfully, he's expected to make a full recovery. The other 2 suspects were dead, and it was several hours before I was allowed back into my own house. The surviving intruder said they happened to see me leaving this morning and decided to hide in my house for the sake of convenience. They saw I didn't have a Ring cam, but didn't look too hard for other cameras until they got inside. Of course, I've since upgraded my security. Now, everything is covered, except for my bathrooms. What freaks me out the most is that my glasses were in the bottom of my purse the whole time. If I hadn't overlooked them on my first search, I would have never checked the cameras. I go months at a time without even opening the app. Had I gone home while those men were inside, there probably wouldn't have been time to call for help. I really don't like thinking about that too much. Oh, and one other neat little fact. The horrifying mess that was created in my home, I had to clean up most of it myself. Otherwise, I would have had to live with it until a cleaning crew could come out on Monday. I'm still waiting on a contractor to fix the bullet holes in my walls. So, yeah, I just really encourage everyone to take their security seriously, regardless of where you live. During a rough financial spot in our life together, my husband and I spent some time living in our '92 BMW. We're not criminals, addicts, or mentally ill, nor are we the stereotypical chronically homeless type. We're in our early 50s and used up our savings, reduced everything we own to just our clothing with little else while providing unpaid full-time live-in care for my mother, who's now in a memory care facility. Homelessness was inevitable. after all that time believing that we would be reimbursed by her estate. And we left her home with literally the clothes on our backs, our car, and no money. To avoid the homeless crowd in town, we had chosen to spend nights at a location where we felt safe. We could blend in with like-minded people. We wouldn't appear to be homeless. Car camping or boondocking had always been a fun way that we'd traveled in the past. So we decided to look at it as a long boondocking excursion while we regrouped and built up enough money to start over. My husband is an avid fisherman, so we chose his favorite fishing spot. It's located on the California Delta, about 5 miles from town, and it's secluded at the end of a meandering single-lane country road that ends right at the water. It's a peaceful place with a 1,000-acre vineyard on one side of the road and an 800 sod farm on the other side. The levee runs the length of both, with an area between them which has a small tree and a covered-like park area right on the water. We discovered that having a fishing license was the golden ticket to not being run off for camping by the sheriff or the fish and game officers. A line in the water is legal 24 hours a day and provided justification for our presence. The remoteness of this location draws people of all walks of life and intention. We'd spent enough time there that we knew all the regular fishermen, as well as the few people who would be there making out in their cars and or getting high, a few Uber, Lyft, Grubhub drivers, a few Door Dashers, as well as the field workers on lunch breaks. One very cold, socked-in, foggy night just after midnight, we were tucked in, going to sleep, windows up, doors locked, with the sunroof open a bit for ventilation. There were 2 other cars parked about 20 yards from ours. We knew one of them was a regular, the other, a green BMW we didn't know. I'd been asleep only a few minutes when I heard footsteps close to my side of the car. I couldn't make out the silhouettes of the 2 guys wandering around, bending down and picking through the embers of the fire pit. They eventually walked back to their car. I heard the car start and was running for a while when I snuggled back into my pillow. Assuming they'd be leaving, I fell half asleep again. Just as I was beginning to dream, I heard footsteps again. They were whispering to each other as they positioned themselves on either side of our car. One of them said, "Put it up there. It'll be more funner." The other guy laughed, then hesitated just as another car drove right up next to us and parked. It was Bobby. I nudged my husband awake and whispered to him about the guys outside and that Bobby had just pulled up. He sat up slowly and looked out through the condensation on the windows, still groggy, half asleep. He put his shoes on. Bobby is a friend of my husband's that he met while fishing there a few months before. He always shows up at random hours to fish, so it wasn't unusual to see him this late at night. What was unusual, though, was the way that he was acting. He sounded hurried but friendly, while he casually bumped our car with his hips a few times as he walked around it, talking really loud to the guy outside. "Aw, man, I could really use that. I forgot to stop on my way here." The 2 guys seemed to know him and nervously complied with whatever it was Bobby wanted from them. Bobby continued, "I just bought 2 mopeds from a guy off Craigslist." He opened the back of his van and took one out, then grabbed something from one guy's hand, put it inside the van, and quickly closed the hatch. One of the guys asked Bobby, "Do you know whose Beamer this is?" He replied, "Just some dude and his wife. Here, this is all I have. You can have it, but I don't have any papers." Bobby handed one of them his sack of weed. Oblivious to what Bobby had just done, my husband got out of the car. His size alone can be intimidating. He asked Bobby, "What's going on?" The 2 guys hurried to their car and left. My husband asked, "Who was that?" And Bobby asked, "You don't know them?" My husband replied, "No, why?" Bobby didn't answer, Instead, he said, "Come see what I got." Bobby still seemed very nervous. My husband walked over to the van. They had a quiet conversation out of earshot from me. Then Bobby took the other moped out and put gas into it from a gas can that he'd just taken away from the other two guys. He hopped on, rode away down the levee. My husband returned to the car and got in. He looked confused and asked me what I heard and what woke me up. Now, I'm a stickler for proper grammar. I had almost been asleep, yet remained aware of the presence of the two guys. But when the guy said, "More funner," it snapped me wide awake. I told him what I'd heard just as Bobby had arrived. My husband blew out a sigh of combined relief, shock, and fear. He composed himself and said, "Bobby didn't want to worry you. That driver had been a neighbor of his for a few years. He's a firebug. He just got out of prison." My jaw dropped. Bobby just saved our lives. I worked in a pizza delivery place when I was young and wanted quick money. One afternoon, close to evening in the spring, just before 6 p.m., I was on the phone taking an order. A stocky man of medium build strode into the store and walked behind the counter. He took the phone out of my hand and slammed it. Things happened quickly. Astonished, I got ready to say, "Hey!" Before I could say so, I saw the gun, the guy, and his stern, angry, determined face. And then, just for a brief instant, I looked into his eyes, and he looked into mine. Using instincts I cannot explain, I instantly saw his humanity. I recognized that he was scared, and importantly, understood that he wasn't crazy, not high on some mind-altering drug. He was all there, rational, calculating, and just as scared as I was. I can't tell you how I knew that, and how I knew it so quickly, but I knew, and it made me less scared because, again, I do not know how I knew this. I just knew. He wanted to get this money and get out of here. That entire thought process took less than 3 seconds. That's when you decide to take action, and if so, what type of action? And in that moment, again, on instinct, it seemed to be a clear choice between confrontation and cooperation. And so I instantly calculated the best way to get out of there alive, and it was to cooperate. He just wants to get out of there, and the quickest way to get him out of here without a gunshot is to not threaten him and to just give him the money and let him leave. That was my thought. All that happened in a split second. Even retelling the story now, I can still see this guy's face in my mind's eye, and I can still feel that sense of he's not crazy. It happened decades ago, but it doesn't feel like it. He shouted something about money. Only the manager had a key to the money drawer. I slowly, with no sudden motions, backed away and sat on the floor about 5 feet away with the other employee. She happened to be the girlfriend of the manager, and she started crying. I watched him and the manager. The manager, shaking and bumbling, took out his keys and opened the drawer, and the guy collected all of the cash. It was early in the day, so it couldn't have been more than a couple $100. I don't remember the details any longer. Did he put the cash in his pockets? Did any fall out? I just know that he strode around the counter and out the door and walked away. The entire robbery took less than a minute. When we described him to the police, I drew a little picture. They reacted by speculating about who they thought it was. They seemed to know the guy. Thinking back on it, it wasn't a situation that made sense to confront him, so I probably wouldn't change my behavior. No idea if the same tactics would work today, but I'm just glad they did then. Good evening, all. My name is Kari, and I thank you in advance for stopping by to hear my humble words of warning. I'm a 31-year-old male, 6'2", and I weigh almost 300 pounds. Okay, I'm a really big dude. We need to get that established up front because It's a relevant part of the story. People have been giving me shit for my size for as long as I can remember, so I learned how to deal with assholes very early in life. And since I'm always so much bigger than they are, I'm used to doing just about whatever I feel like doing to them. Assholes make that mistake a lot. They think that just because a fella enjoys good food, he must be simple. Well, I'm many things, but simple ain't one of them. And I resent the assumption something fierce. All through my childhood, other kids would try to trick me into embarrassing myself. But I never fell for their bullshit. Mama raised a glutton, not a fool. And you'll do well to remember there's a difference. So would I, for that matter. I'm also guilty of making dangerous assumptions. Until a few weeks ago, I assumed anyone who tried to mess with me was a harmless punk. I behaved like my size made me invincible. But that was as naive as the imbeciles I'm sitting here making fun of. I currently live in Georgia, but my family is back in Tennessee. Before my visit in August, I hadn't seen my parents in over a year, so I made the trip out to be with them during my birthday week. We had a great bunch of days together, and I left at 10 on a Thursday night in hopes of avoiding any heavy traffic. The drive is only 4 hours, but my back usually starts hurting in half that time, so I always stop at the same rest area to stretch my legs and use the bathroom. Big guy, tiny bladder, that's how it works. Anyway, this rest area is right at the trio's halfway point. It's not the most well-lit or the nicest of places to stop late at night, but it doesn't scream death trap either. I'd been there at least 5 or 6 times before, and I didn't even see another vehicle on those occasions. Then again, I didn't see one during this visit, so I guess that's not saying very much. I pulled into the empty parking lot at 1:15 midnight and parked right in front of the bathrooms. There was a sign in the center of the small building that indicated men went left and women went right. Each side had a short hallway before turning into the actual bathroom, but I could see from where I stood that the men's light was flickering on and off. I didn't like that, so I decided there was no harm in using the women's. On the off chance that anyone pulled up, I would apologize like crazy and make a quick exit. I only made it a few steps into the actual bathroom part before some deranged guy in a clown costume leapt out of the first stall and gave me the jump scare of my life. He was holding a large knife, had a curly lime green wig, a huge red nose, white gloves, and a green and yellow polka dot jumpsuit that looked like it was part of a Halloween costume. It had orange fuzzy balls around the neck, wrists, and ankles, but he also had a cheap pair of devil horns over his wig, and his makeup looked more like it was for Darth Maul than a clown. Overall, I wasn't impressed as far as costume design. He couldn't have been more than 18, 19. Even through all the gunk on his face, he still just looked like a stupid kid. Once I calmed down from the sudden shock of it all, I was instantly furious. I thought all this clown nonsense had ended years ago. I couldn't believe some idiot was out here still doing that garbage. Plus, he was clearly trying to target women and take it who knows how far. I wasn't about to let him get away with that. At about this same time, his giddy, triumphant laughter was fading into confusion. I could see the gears turning in his tiny brain as he registered the fact that I was not a woman. I was a very large man. I was aware of his knife, but I really didn't believe that he would try to use it on me. I thought he would be like all the other bullies who backed down at the first sign of resistance. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to scare him badly enough to make sure that he didn't try to do this to anyone else. Hell, as I began moving towards him, I was thinking how lucky he was that I wasn't some lunatic with a gun. How I'd probably save his life by putting the fear of God into him while he was still young. Sweet irony. I put on the scariest face I could make and I ran at him, never taking my eyes off that knife until it fell from his terrified hand with a satisfying clink. His face went from menacing psychopath to petrified child in less than a second, and I was so pleased with myself that I forgot to watch his hands. He began backing away from me, pleading, It was only a joke. He didn't mean any harm. He was just having a little fun. The way his voice squeaked, I began to worry that he was even younger than I thought. But then there was a deafening bang that made my head pound, and I could feel the echo vibrating in my clenched teeth. I stopped dead in my tracks, hands shooting to my ears, and that's when I saw the kid's hands had gone to his ears as well. Only now, he was suddenly holding a gun. I had no clue how it got there, but I was so surprised that it took me several more seconds to realize it had caused the bang. It wasn't until the ringing stopped and I could hear the kid talking that the pieces fell into place. Well, actually, he was crying, apologizing, and begging me to leave him alone. He kept saying it was an accident, that he didn't know it was loaded. Then I noticed he was staring at my feet and looked down. There was a mark on the concrete where the bullet hit, and the ricochet grazed my leg. There was a good amount of blood there, so the kid thought that he shot me. Hell, I did at first glance, but I only needed a few stitches. Basically, I was really, really lucky. Me and that kid could have lost our lives that night. I think we both needed to learn a lesson. Just remember, folks, you gotta be careful with people. Even when they're not crazy, they're downright careless. It doesn't take malice to make a murderer. Any dumbass can kill somebody. There's something about the birth of a child that attracts demons for a certain amount of time before and after the child is brought into the realm. People that are close to the family often begin to have vivid night terrors. Some may even see the demons trying to infiltrate their sanctity. Before my sister Harriet even knew she was pregnant, her and her boyfriend were nearing the end of their abusive 3-year relationship. Chris was a psycho that everyone in the family hated. He was a bully and would leave Harriet with a broken cheekbone before moving out to Vegas with his friend. Her hospital visit is where doctors would tell her that she was pregnant. Harriet obtained her ex's phone number from his sister. When Harriet broke the news to Chris, he hung up on her, and they never spoke again. The further along she got in her pregnancy, the more negative energy would attract to Harriet and the people closest to her. I saw firsthand dark entities loitering in the corner of her bedroom like wallflowers waiting to be acknowledged. I never gave them the attention they sought after, ignoring their presence as I passed through rooms. Pretty quickly, they would realize there wasn't a sustainable source of energy for them to take from, and they'd leave. When they go, they move to the next member of the family, searching for an easier source to feed from, like my cousin Isaiah. He called me 15 miles outside the reservation at some gas station payphone, saying that he had walked to a garage sale that he'd seen in a vision earlier that morning. It showed him where the perfect gift for the new baby would be. When I picked him up, he hops into the passenger seat and tosses a large, dirty, stuffed Scooby-Doo in the back. My eyes follow the stained dog as it lands in the back seat before I ask him if that's what he's got for the baby. With excitement, he says, yeah. I ask if his vision really showed him a dirty, stuffed dog to give to this baby. He says the vision showed him where, but not what. When he saw the Scooby-Doo doll, it's like he knew that's what he was there for. He was too tired to make the walk back home, though, so he was grateful that I was able to come pick him up. We dropped the stuffed animal off at my sister's, and she was just as perturbed about the gift as I was. Afraid the matted dog had germs, Harriet set it out back as soon as we left. A few moments later, she'd hear pounding at the front door. Thinking it was me or Isaiah again, she leaves the back door open and hustles over to open the front. But by the time Harriet gets there, nobody's on the other side. When she turns around, the stuffed Scooby-Doo is sitting at her feet. She kicked it away in fright, sending the dog under her dining room table before running to the back bedroom and locking herself in. I'd receive a call just after dropping off Isaiah. Harriet was calling his house phone. She knew that's where we were going next. I almost missed it, but Isaiah ran out calling my name as I was getting ready to leave his driveway. Going inside to pick up the phone, I couldn't help but notice how much Isaiah had let the place go to shambles. A week prior, I showed up to get some firewood and this place looked fine. Now there was newspaper taped to every window. Looking up, I was astonished to see the ceiling covered in reflective aluminum foil. When I answered, Harriet told me what happened. She feared someone was in the house, and she asked me to stop by again on my way home. She said her back door was still wide open. I told her I'd be there, then hung up. Before leaving Isaiah's, I asked why he'd done all of this to his home. He told me he heard an Art Bell episode with someone saying aluminum disrupts the alien tracking transmissions, or ATTs. Isaiah firmly believes he was abducted when he was a toddler. He says if you've been contacted, they'll continue to contact you until your purpose has been fulfilled with them, whatever that purpose may be. I believe in extraworldly beings, but not to the extent of Isaiah. We live right next to Lake Michigan and Lake Superior, and he's always said the aliens were living somewhere out there, under the water. I thought Isaiah was losing it. Almost not wanting to be an enabler of his delusions, I told him Harriet needed me to swing by her place, but we'd continued the conversation later that night. Once again, I'd find myself putting out a cigarette next to the one that I'd ashed out a few hours prior. But now, the sun had set by the time I walked around to the back of her house to see that the door was still ajar. When I walked in, the stuffed dog was sitting on the couch in the dark living room. I flipped on a couple of lights and called out for Harriet, but she didn't respond. I walk back to her bedroom and knock on the door, then call her name again. A couple seconds later, I hear the doorknob unlock, but she doesn't open the door. When I slowly push it open, I'm met with a butcher knife inches from my face. She screams, I scream, and we both leap backwards. Harriet says she didn't know it was me. Apparently, moments after we'd gotten off the phone together, she heard someone call her name from the living room. Knowing it would be impossible for me to have arrived that fast, she stays hidden in the bedroom. The voice called out to her a few more times. It even tried the bedroom door handle before leaving. I didn't know what to say. When she sees the stuffed Scooby-Doo on the couch, she asks if I put it there. When I say no, she grabs it and throws it out the front door, then latches every lock that she has on every door and window attached to her home. Harriet exhausts herself, walking from room to room, checking out the windows for any unwanted visitors on her property. The temperature had dropped severely, and it started to snow that night. When Harriet asked me to stay, I was reluctant because there was a high chance we'd be snowed in the next day. But when your sister is 7 months pregnant, it's your inherent duty as a brother to make sure she feels safe. So I obliged and made myself a bed on the sofa. That night, I tossed and turned. Harriet's couch was uncomfortable, and the paper-thin blankets she'd given me wasn't enough to escape the cold. At one point during the night, it begins to feel exceptionally cold. I'm dozing off, but still awake. I open my eyes, and you can see snow falling on the front porch. This jolts me awake, realizing what I'm looking at is shown through the door frame of an open front door. Standing just inside the doorway, partially hidden within the darkness of the living room, I see it. A demon stood silently in the living room, between the small amount of light casted from the window and the open door. When it clicked in my head as to what I was looking at, I tried to act like I didn't notice it crouched down in the corner. Exercising every bit of willpower I could muster up, I forced my eyes closed and focused on slowing my heart rate. To this day, I don't fully know if that was a dream or not, but when I woke up the next morning, the front door was shut and locked. I'd soon open it again to find over 6 inches of fresh snow had landed overnight. Harriet was still asleep, and I was going to attempt to dig my truck out of her driveway before bothering to wake her up and say goodbye. Borrowing a small shovel from her patio garden, I begin to shovel the snow away from my back tires. A couple stabs in, the shovel makes contact with the gravel, so I move to the back right tire. My first stab into the snow, I hit something hard, but it's not the ground. I don't know what it is, so I start to dig around the object. Soon, I discovered it was a boot I'd previously hit with my shovel. I grab the boot to pull it from the snow, but when I lift it, the weight immediately indicates the boot's attached to something. I dug under my truck more, uncovering a man. He's in a t-shirt and sweatpants. From the looks of it, he froze to death seeking shelter under my truck. I run back inside and wake up Harriet before calling tribal police. Harriet gets on some shoes and walks outside with me to see the frozen man. She's horrified to discover that it's Chris lying under my truck. When the snow thawed, we'd find other belongings of his. They were in the bushes that lined her house. Detectives said it looked like he'd been camping out there for at least a few days. My theory is that he was planning on going after Harriet, but when he saw me there, he decided to wait, but didn't expect the weather to change so dramatically. But who knows? Chris was a bit of a drunk. It's possible he passed out unintentionally. Either way, I'll never look at shoveling snow quite the same, or Scooby-Doo, for that matter. I'm an old man now, but I grew up in foster care during the 70s. I know that's still a rough life for a child to endure, but it used to be much worse. People get checks from the state for each foster kid they take in, so lowlifes would put on a good show for social workers and get approved. Then they would squeeze as many children as they possibly could into their homes, dress them in rags, and feed them gruel for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Most of the time, kids are shoved into 1 or 2 rooms filled with prison-quality bunk beds. That's what my foster home was like. And several of the kids had been to other homes that were just as bad. It feels like there's no escape except surviving long enough to reach 18. Even if you get away from one hellhole, the majority go straight to another. I was only 6 when I arrived at the Smith home. They were extremely kind when the social worker dropped me off. They hugged me, gave me cookies and milk, and made me feel safe. Then my social worker left, and they took it all away. Mrs. Smith grabbed my wrist so tightly, her fingernails dug into my skin. She said that she was going to give me the house tour and teach me the rules. I was to pay attention closely, as nothing would be repeated, and the punishments would be the same on me as they were on all the others. The refrigerator and pantry had locks on them, and Mrs. Smith wore a key around her neck. We were never allowed any snacks or toys unless a social worker was there, and the nicely decorated children's rooms they had upstairs were just for show. We weren't even allowed to enter those. Me and my 7 foster siblings slept on the prison-style bunk beds in the basement. They were all crammed together, with 2 on the back wall and 1 on each side wall. Being the youngest and the newest, I got the one with the most holes and piss stains. The mattresses were bare, and we were each given 1 pillow and 1 blanket, which were also stained and filled with holes. The basement door was kept locked at night to prevent wandering, and we were given buckets in lieu of a bathroom. Buckets we cleaned and emptied ourselves. Officially, we were homeschooled because the Smiths feared what we might say at a real school. Unofficially, the only thing we learned were household chores. The girls did a lot of cleaning and cooking, while the boys helped Mr. Smith with the outside stuff. I was so small that I spent most of my time raking leaves into burn piles and carrying the firewood inside. Billy was 15 and the oldest. He was the one who fought back the most, so he received the worst punishments. They wanted to make an example out of him, so the rest of us didn't follow his lead. He was regularly beaten, and in some cases, he was locked in an old tin doghouse overnight. During the summer, it was just hot and miserable, but during the winter, it was like sleeping in a freezer, especially once the snow came in earnest. One day, Mr. Smith pushed Billy too far. He wasn't in foster care because his parents didn't want him. He was there because they were killed in an accident and he didn't have any other family. The only thing he had left from his parents was a plain hemp necklace with a few beads, and it belonged to his father. It was absolutely worthless beyond sentimental value, which is the only reason he'd managed to hang on to it for so long. Well, Mr. Smith became enraged that some chores still hadn't been finished. So he came up behind Billy, grabbed the necklace, and tore it off of him. The beads scattered everywhere. I had just come back for another load of firewood and witnessed the entire event. Mr. Smith just kept screaming like the necklace didn't exist, but Billy's face was turning blood red and contorting into a look of pure rage. Suddenly, in a blur of movement, he pounced onto the old man, and both went to the ground. Billy sat atop Mr. Smith and beat his face in. I could see the blood fly with each strike. I was hiding by that point, silently praying my brother managed to kill that bastard before anyone could stop him. But then I heard footsteps crunching in the snow. Slow at first, but then faster and faster, until I recognized the shrill sound of Mrs. Smith's scream. She emerged from the tree line seconds later, and she was holding a rifle. I wanted to yell for Billy to run away, but no sound would come out. I was completely paralyzed as I watched it all play out in slow motion. Mrs. Smith didn't even call out a warning. She just raised her weapon and fired, shooting Billy directly in the head. He instantly flew backwards with the ear-splitting bang, the top of his head now completely obliterated. The Smiths weren't the least bit fazed by any of it either. Mrs. Smith helped her husband to his feet, gave him a good telling off for being bested by a child. But then they just calmly threw Billy's body into a wheelbarrow, as if he were nothing more than a pile of soiled hay. Then Mr. Smith took him into the woods while his wife followed behind with 2 shovels. That's when I got the hell out of my hiding space. I knew they would kill me too, if they knew I witnessed the whole thing. When they later returned from burying our foster brother, they called the police and social worker to inform them Billy had run away. They got away with everything for another 3 years. That's when Margot came to live with us. She was 12, and she was the first child the Smiths couldn't break. After only 1 week with us, she snuck away in the middle of the day and ran all the way to a neighbor's house, which meant a 3-mile hike through a thick forest because she couldn't risk traveling by road. She told the neighbors everything that we had told her, and she showed them the fresh welts across her back. The police were then called, and before we knew it, the Smiths were in handcuffs while we were all being shipped off to new homes. I was extremely lucky with my next family. They turned out to be my forever home and eventually made the adoption official. But I'll never forget the years I spent living with the Smiths. This happened when I was in college, circa 2017, my junior year. Back then, I drove my dad's old Toyota Corolla, and it certainly didn't have fancy locks that automatically locked when I was driving, or that were automatic in any way. Normally, for this reason, I tried to keep all of my doors locked. However, on this night, I had been designated driver for all of my friends. I had just finished dropping everything off, and I was headed home for the night, and I didn't think to check the doors. Though clearly no one had locked the door because while briefly stopped at a red light, a man suddenly opens the back door and dives into my back seat. He proceeds to tell me to drive. He didn't ask very nicely either. It was demanding. I was scared. Then the light turned green. I hesitated for one moment, and he told me that he didn't want to have to shoot me. He said this while pressing something against the back of my neck. I was wearing a scarf, but I could feel that it was something heavy. It felt like a gun. That's when my foot hit the gas, and I sort of went into autopilot for several moments as he told me where to go. As we drove further in a direction I wasn't familiar with, I couldn't help but start crying. I don't know if he heard me or saw me through the rear view, but my tears did not make him happy. He started swearing at me to shut the fuck up, that I better not make things worse or harder than it needs to be. I remember thinking I really should shut up, but I couldn't get myself under control. We kept driving until we were eventually in a more residential area. Not a nice one, I should add. We were for sure in front of a crack house, and I could feel myself sweating, becoming increasingly more panicked about the situation. The guy orders me to parallel park, and all I can think about is how much harder it will be to leave in this situation. But I'm still feeling confident that I can attempt it once he exits the car, unless he makes me go with him. The thought of being removed from my car was horrifying. I needed for that not to happen at all costs. I racked my brain for excuses to stay in the car, but then he ordered me to do exactly that. That's when I noticed a big man on the front lawn of this house. A heavily armed big man, and he was getting closer to my car. Backseat dude gets out, and that's when I see that he's truly armed with a weapon. He gets patted down by the big man on the lawn. The big man removes his weapon while pointing in the direction of the house, as if giving him permission to go inside, and almost instantly the big man's attention is back to me. He stands right outside my driver's side door, aiming one of the larger guns down at me, finger on the trigger, all while staring at nothing but my hands. I remember sitting there wishing there was anything I could do safely to remove myself from the situation. The most tormenting part was that I had a fucking gun in my glove box. I just knew I wasn't going to have a chance to grab it before possibly getting shot to pieces myself. Not to mention, my single stack didn't stand a chance against whatever this guy was holding. All I could seem to do in any of these moments was look at my surroundings and look at the clock. After an agonizing 11 minutes, the backseat man returns. For 1 second, the big guy has to take his gun and eyes off of me, but I panicked before he's already looking back at me, and the guy is getting back into my back seat. Once again, armed. He's immediately barking orders at me, telling me where to go. For the most part, he didn't say anything. This gave me some time to think. I considered driving to the police station, until I realized that I had no idea where it was. I started to brainstorm what excuse I could come up with to have to stop this car again. Almost 10 minutes had passed since we'd left the crack house, but dude was really just having me drive in circles. I had no idea what his game plan was. During that time, I told him I had to pee. He told me he didn't care. I told him I needed to call my roommate so that she didn't get worried. He told me to fuck off and keep driving the loop. So I did. I managed to stop myself from crying several times, but I was absolutely hopeless. We'd stopped at a few stop signs on this 10-minute drive, and at each one, I considered tucking and rolling right out of the car and letting it keep going. But again, I didn't act. I just panicked, imagining this guy shooting me right there, me dying, alone. How incredibly devastated my parents would be. I knew I was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I saw the dude was lighting something back there. I smelled something chemical-esque, and it was harsh, coming from the back seat. This guy was absolutely getting high as fuck in my back seat. The smell was disgusting. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to know. But part of me was thinking, if he's using his hands to smoke that shit, where's the gun? Since it was dark, I was confident that I could at least reach for my phone in my purse. It was near my lap. So I slid my right hand into my purse and glanced down to see if it lit up, and it did. As the man continued to smoke, I clicked the lock button 5 times. According to my dad and whatever he'd set up on my phone, this would call 911. I looked down but couldn't tell if the screen had changed. I really hoped it had. Please be calling goddamn 911 right now. I thought over and over. I was so focused on my plan working, I'd hardly noticed the guy talking to me. But then he raised his voice. He was demanding that I pull over. But by the time I realized where he was pointing, I'd missed the gas station. He yelled for me to turn around, to turn the fucking car around right now. He was adamant about hitting that gas station. So again, I listened to what he said, and I made a U-turn. Pulling into the gas station, I was discouraged at first that there were no cars there. But before I had even put the car fully in park, the backseat man was opening his door, yelling for me not to go anywhere. And then he jumped out of my car and vanished inside the store. I couldn't believe it. I was both stunned and so incredibly grateful at whatever stupid move this was. I immediately put the car in reverse and peeled out of that gas station so quickly, not giving a shit if a cop or any other authority saw me. I was desperate to get the hell out of there. I actually found myself laughing hysterically on the way home, and that's when I remembered I'd tried to call the police. I grabbed my phone and could see that I had been unsuccessful in my attempts to call authorities. I'd been successful in escaping this strange criminal, though, and I was grateful that this experience turned out to be more scary strange than horrifying, life-altering. Really could have gone so many ways. Just be smart and always remember to lock your doors, save yourself the experience, and just take the lesson from me. I've decided to share my story as a cautionary tale for anyone who happens to live in an area with high crime rates. My husband was a first-year surgical intern when we got married in 2012. And I'm a hairstylist, so needless to say, we weren't making much money. We wanted to get our own place so badly that we settled for a small, cheap house in a bad area. We'll get cameras and fix it up. It'll be romantic. We told ourselves all the usual lines, made it sound like an adventure. Well, I guess in a way it was, just not the kind we wanted. Anyone in the medical field will know the hours are insane, but interns are a next level of extreme. When they're not working, they're on call. But even when they're not on call, most of them are still at the hospital, trying to get in extra labs or just hoping for an opportunity to get hands-on experience. We were too young and naive to consider these factors when buying that house. Had we understood how often I would be spending the nights alone, things would have been handled differently. 2 weeks into living there, I took Ben's dinner to the hospital, and when I got back home, one of the windows was broken. Not wanting to go inside, I called the police and waited for them at the convenience store. After they checked the house, I discovered our TVs, along with our iPads, computers, most of our kitchen appliances, had been stolen. It was heartbreaking. We couldn't afford to replace any of it right away. I've never had anything like that happen to me, and this was a small incident by comparison. We got a few things back over the next couple of weeks, as people tried to pawn certain items, but most of it was gone forever. We really couldn't afford anything like ADT, but we got a few cameras. Not that they helped. It's just the best we could do. A few months later, I was home alone for the night watching TV when there was a loud bang in the kitchen. I looked into the other room to see a man in a black ski mask standing before the open back door. He had just kicked it in. We made eye contact for a brief second before he charged at me. I took off towards the front door, but too slow. As I tried to unlock it, the man grabbed me from behind, threw me to the floor. I was screaming the whole time, but that's when he kicked me, and I immediately went silent. There was this huge bruise across my side for weeks. I'll never forget that level of pain and fear. I genuinely thought I was going to die. I couldn't think at all. I was just acting on pure instinct. The guy began looking around the room like he was searching for something, and my hand shot under the couch where I had stashed one of my old softball bats. Worried that I wouldn't be able to generate as much force with a swing, I rammed the end into his crotch. He dropped to his knees with an awful cry. When I tried to run, he grabbed my ankle, and I fell back onto the ground. As he pulled me towards him, I turned, swinging the bat as hard as I could, without knowing where it would strike. But it connected with the side of his face, sent him sprawling backwards. When my ankle was free of his grasp, I ran out of the open back door and called 911. I was so frightened that I hid in my neighbor's bushes until they arrived, but the guy was long gone by then. It won't surprise you to learn that he was never caught. I doubt the police even looked. That neighborhood wasn't exactly a high priority for them. But yeah, I couldn't stay there after that. So Ben and I lived with my parents for almost a year while we sold the house and got a new place. This time we waited until we could afford to live somewhere we felt safe, and we're very happy about that now. Just be careful when you're making those kinds of decisions. Don't let silly things get in the way of smart choices. I had a stalker, a man who thought he was in love with me. He would dream of me, which were signs that we were meant to be together. He lived in another city. I'd known him years ago, but had forgotten that he existed. He began sending letters to me that were pages long. He called my place of work to ask about me. He kept calling until our administrative assistant told him in no uncertain terms that this was harassment. He responded with a slew of epithets that I won't repeat here, but these comments likened her to female genitalia, along with racial slurs. My director told me to report him as a stalker, and I did. He stopped calling, but he didn't stop writing. I got more letters. He found my work email and my personal email. He found my home phone number. He asked questions about my husband. He asked for money. He wrote disgusting things. I contacted the police in his city, begging for help. They told me that he hadn't broken any laws, so they couldn't do anything. He had a police record for assault. I had to seek out information, searching for details about my stalker, finding out everything I could because the police in 2 different states couldn't help me. This meant that he stayed in my head. I found out he had a Facebook page. People had left remarks saying that he was stalking a 13-year-old girl for sex. They called him a child molester. I left all social media save Quora and Twitter. I kept all the media that was related to my job because I had to do so. He also found me on Twitter. I blocked him and anyone who had a similar name. I deleted my website, which I used to conduct a side business, and I deleted my email address that he found on my website. I blocked any numbers I didn't recognize from my phone, and I never answered any unknown calls. I couldn't stop him from emailing me at work, but all emails went into spam, and then I saved them in a folder. Keep in mind, I never once spoke to him or acknowledged that he had reached me. Not once. But he knew. He began to get angry that he was losing access to me. He would write emails saying, "What is wrong? Do you hate me?" I would talk to my husband, asking what I could do. I thought about my son. Was this guy going to appear one day at my doorstep? Did he know where my son went to school? My mind was plagued with constant worry, and I always felt sick to my stomach when I thought of him. I had thrown out the first letter he sent me, but I was advised to keep everything else so that I could make a case if something happened. So I was a sitting duck for a possible event that could result in my own harm or someone that is dear to me. I haven't heard from him since 2016. I would like to think that ignoring him plus cutting all of my possible access helped me. I do know he got arrested for something and was put in jail. I don't know if he's out. I read somewhere, someone fantasizing about a stalker. You want this? Do you really think this is about love, desire, romance? It's sick, sick, sick. You worry all the time. You don't know when you walk down a stairwell if someone will grab you by the throat and drag you into a room. You keep remembering all the things he said to you. In one way, he did me a great favor by calling my job because my boss said, "Let me know what I can do. I will testify, sign any legal document, or do whatever I can to keep you safe." Other people called me into their office to offer their support. I wasn't alone. I understand that the media often makes stalker-like behavior into something romantic. It fills the pages of fan fiction. A lot of fairy tales have stalker-like males and females in which they reveal they are the one who will save them, who will make them happy. So the imagination may think this is okay. It's not. I know I've had a good day when my stalker does not cross my thoughts. He imprisoned my mind as much as my movements. Even writing this, I want to express feelings that are better unsaid. I'm glad that enough people took me seriously. Stalkers are terror personified, a personal hell. I used to hang out with these sisters named Hannah and Laura. We couldn't go anywhere without them stealing something, spitting on something, or offending someone in some way or another. Way before clout and viral status could be acquired, these two were harassing people purely for their own enjoyment. Couple of devious bitches, honestly. Our dads worked construction together, and the three of us grew up together. I guess my upbringing was slightly better than theirs because I never got into their hijinks. I had a conscience, and they were morally bankrupt at 11. I think their mom drank while she was pregnant. Laura had beady little eyes and a thin upper lip. A telltale sign that she was swimming in booze, even after her mom knew that she had 2 buns in the oven. A quarter of the prison population has fetal alcohol syndrome. I'm not saying anyone diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome is prone to impulsive aggression in any way, but in this case, yeah, it was probably a contributing factor. The three of us were walking home from the mini-mart one night when a big truck pulls up beside us on the road. It's a man in his 30s, clean-shaven, wearing a Houston Oilers hat. He leans through his car to talk out the passenger side window, asking us if we need a ride home. We don't slow down, just keep walking. He asks again. Hannah's walking closest to the street, and without warning, she grabs onto the man's passenger side mirror, lifting her whole body weight on the thing, and yanks it off, calling him a pedophile in the process. The guy starts losing his shit and throws his truck into park. The three of us start running as fast as we could, but our 11-year-old legs couldn't outpace his, and he was quickly on our tail. He catches Hannah and begins dragging her back to his truck. She's kicking and screaming while he struggles to carry her back. Me and Laura stop and turn around to run and save Hannah. Both of us grab each of Hannah's legs and begin to play tug-of-war with her, but again, becoming easily overpowered. Then, like an angel's glow in the distance, a pair of headlights come over the horizon, heading our way. The highway we were walking on is a dark 4-lane highway with only a handful of lampposts on the sidewalk, leaving big gaps of black in between. We were close enough to one of the posts for me to attempt making myself visible to flag down the car. Laura starts jumping on the man, and both girls wrestle with him. The headlights I'm watching are coming up incredibly fast. When I get under the lamppost, I start waving my arms and jumping, trying to get their attention. But by the growing sound of its engine, I'm losing hope that it will see me in time to stop and help. Then I see the headlights slowly begin to swerve into the lane closest to us. Maybe they did see me. I keep jumping and waving like a lunatic. The headlights fully merge into our lane, but as the engine's roar approaches, I realize the car is going even faster than I thought, and it's not slowing down. It passes me, close enough to feel the wind against my body as it blows by like lightning. Then it was the blink of an eye before I heard the deafening sharp sound of metal bending. The sports car that passed me had flown straight into the back of the parked truck, going easily over 100 miles an hour. This gets the attention of everyone, including the man. No one is scuffling anymore, but as soon as the man sees what's happened to his truck, he's running in the direction of the flames. Hannah actually goes to chase after the man, but Laura stops her. I was just standing there, in shock. Both girls are trying to break me out of this trance. I could hear their muffled voices, but more than anything, I could hear the crackling of the flames, and I could smell smoke. We needed to go find help, I thought. Finally, I snapped out of it when I saw that Hannah and Laura had already started running in the direction of home, not help. I watched as they ran past the accident and disappeared around the bend without me. This was 2000, so cell phones existed, but none of us had one. However, the man must have had one on his person, because I could see him holding something to his ear as he angrily paced back and forth. I either had to pass this horrific accident and follow those two jokers back home another 2 miles, or double back less than a mile to the mini-mart. I chose to run back to the mini-mart. They let me use their phone. As I told my parents what happened, I saw the store clerk take out his own cell phone and call 911. My parents came to pick me up, and on the way home, they actually stopped at the accident site, proceeded to drag a police officer over, where they made me explain everything in detail again. The police told my parents the driver of the sports car didn't make it, likely died on impact given the speeds they were traveling. The police were, however, still looking for the driver of the pickup truck. He was a wanted man, as they put it. I learned later that the man who originally stopped us was out on probation, had served time for some serious crimes against women and children. That day, though, he was wanted for murdering the owner of that truck he'd been driving. So, I guess he wasn't calling the police on his cell phone. Even at 11 years old, I knew I dodged some major bullets that day. I got into a lift car, like I had numerous times before. After the car started moving, I noticed the driver turned in the wrong direction, but thought that he was just going to take an alternate route. Quickly, I saw that this wasn't the case, and I spoke up. "Excuse me, I think you're going the wrong way," he replied. "Oh, really? Sorry, my GPS is messed up." He poked around at the smartphone attached to his dashboard, which I noticed was now off. That's when the "oh shit, this is how you die" feeling kicked in. I was sitting in the passenger seat, so I tried to act calm and discreet as I reached into my bag to make sure my phone and keys were in reach. Nonchalantly as possible, I said, "Oh, no problem. Just make a right here and take Main Street back towards Pleasant City." He argued with me briefly, but then turned in the right direction. I sighed with relief. Maybe the danger was all in my head. Then he spoke up again. He seemed like a decent, morally upright young woman. "Sammy, can I ask you for some advice about a problem I have?" I stiffened in my seat, but nodded. What else was there to say? He proceeded to tell me about a relative he was quote-unquote worried about, who was involved in prostitution. This quote-unquote bitch needed his help, and all he wanted in the world was to quote-unquote save her. But she refused to tell him her address. Shocker, I know. If only I had her address. I don't care what she says, I'd go there and kidnap her for her own good. The driver proceeded to get more and more worked up, cursing and yelling, while exit strategies were rushing through my head. You know what the problem is? This bitch is fucking possessed by Satan. It's the only explanation, not like you. You can tell from looking at a woman if they're morally upright or not. He looked meaningfully at me, while I shrunk inwardly. Glad at least that moment that there was no sign on my head reading "proud sex worker," which I am. Fixing his gaze directly at me while still driving, he posed a question. I felt at that moment that my response would determine his next course of action. "Sammy, is it so wrong for me to want to help this girl? Should I just say, fuck it, and let someone I love ruin her life? Or should I keep trying even though she keeps telling me to get out of her life? I wanted to tell him he was being a psycho, and it was obvious why she didn't want his help. But instead, I said something like, "It's really, really good that you care so much about her. That's not wrong. But you can't help anyone that doesn't want it. That's not your fault." I don't know if he could tell, but I was trembling. By this point, he was very close to my home. He seemed to calm down, but I'd had the distinct feeling that I'd narrowly avoided disaster. As he pulled up to my place, he said without a smile, "You're a smart girl, Sammy. I'll think on your advice." I got the fuck out of that car and went inside, very relieved to be home, but also cursing myself for using my home address. For that reason, I was afraid to even leave any kind of feedback. I deleted Lyft and never heard from him again. During my sophomore year of college, I moved to an apartment. It was a small private development with about 20 ground-level apartments lying down both sides of the street to a cul-de-sac. We paid the owner by mail, and the only other employee was a maintenance guy named Roy. Roy would often be around doing odd chores, cutting the grass or taking care of the pool. He was friendly and often engaged residents in conversation, just small talk. The first time I got creeped out was when we were planning a keg party at the apartment. It was coming up Friday night. Roy was out by the pool earlier in the week and struck up conversation. He made a comment, "If you're going to throw a party, make sure you don't throw a bunch of trash around the pool so I have to clean it up." I figured one of the invited guests had run their mouth and thought nothing of it. It bothered me, though, that he knew something, but he seemed cool about it. One night we were wrestling and accidentally put a foot through the plaster. It left a big 6-inch hole in the wall by the bathroom. Luckily, we had a friend that could come patch it up so we wouldn't have to bother maintenance. I was taking the garbage down and I saw Roy. He started talking and said, "You need to get that hole fixed? I can come and do it." "What hole?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "The one you knocked in the wall while horseplaying," he said. I was livid. One of my roommates had snitched us out. I told him to come by any time. I even agreed to pay him $40 for fixing it. My roommates all denied telling him. I knew that someone had because he knew about the hole. We all started comparing stories, and we discovered that Roy had caused similar weird what-the-hell moments among all of us. One guy related how he knew his sister's name, though she had never been there to visit. Another said that he had asked him about a particular brand of CD player that apparently he'd been using, but Roy knew that before he had even figured it out. He went back to his apartment and looked and just thought that was kind of weird. One day, as I was sitting on the toilet, I got an eerie feeling like I was being watched. I looked up at the cover where the fan had been, the one that had never worked since we moved in, and through the grill slates, I saw a set of eyes looking back at me. I blinked in disbelief, and they were gone. I finished up and went outside, to the attic access point. Roy met me as I was walking around the building. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Fine," I said. I knew he was the culprit. I didn't know what to say. I figured it was my word against his. I didn't say a word. I went back to my apartment and told my roommates. We covered the vents with a piece of cardboard. A couple days had passed and I saw Roy leaving the apartments. I got my roommate and we raced around the attic entrance. I wanted to see how much he could see. Upon entering, I found an elaborate plank walking board that took you all over the attic. All of our apartments were connected. I could go in any direction, and there was a place to spy on the apartment below. I quickly realized that no one's fans worked because they'd all been removed. It's been a couple of months since I graduated from high school, and I've been looking forward to the freedom and excitement that comes with this new chapter in my life. However, There's something unsettling that's been eating away at my newfound sense of liberation. The suspicion that I'm being stalked by someone from my past, and honestly, I have no idea why. It all started innocently enough. With a few chance encounters in public places, I brushed it off initially, chalking it up to mere coincidences. They looked like someone I hadn't seen for a long time. Maybe they moved back. Maybe it wasn't even them. But soon, these encounters became more frequent, and I couldn't ignore the deep sense of unease in the pit of my stomach. One particular incident stands out in my mind, the one that set off alarm bells and made me truly believe I was being stalked. I was walking through a busy downtown street, lost in my thoughts, when I noticed someone trailing a few steps too close behind me. I turned slightly and could confirm my suspicions. It was Hannah, a former classmate whom I hadn't spoken with in years due to her moving away sophomore year. So it was all some strange coincidence until I noticed a pattern. Everywhere I went, the local mall, my favorite coffee shop, even the park near my house, Hannah was there, lurking in the background like a shadow. It wasn't just passing resemblance either. It was undoubtedly her. The way she walked, the unique birthmark on her cheek, there was no mistaking it. What alarmed me the most was when I realized she had somehow managed to obtain my phone number. I started receiving anonymous text, subtly alluding to personal details that only someone close to me would know. Then just throwing in weird stuff like your secrets aren't safe. Just pointless because sure, we all have stuff we'd prefer the world doesn't know, but I don't have secrets that I'm scared of the world hearing. For some reason, I just knew it was her, even before she eventually revealed who she was. When she did, she just acted like it was all a joke I was supposed to be in on. I asked her how she got my number, but she never gave me those details, just continued to cross boundaries. It was as if she was watching my every move, liking and commenting on everything I posted, sending me DMs related to anything I posted. She even started to post pictures of herself at places I'd been to, using or taking photos of things that had either been on my Instagram or that I'd bought in public recently, places I'd seen her at. I was getting super overwhelmed, seeing this online, piled on with the texts and chance encounters, where she'd really just watch me, not approach me or speak to me. I couldn't handle it, and so since then I've taken every precaution to avoid her. Not only did I block her number, but I blocked her on all my social media accounts, and I even started taking different routes to my usual destinations. But no matter how hard I try, I can't shake the feeling of being watched, like she's always one step behind me or in front of me. And it drives me crazy that I just cannot figure out why she's doing this. To cope with the unsettling situation, I confided in my best friend and family. They've been supportive, assuring me that my safety is their priority. They keep telling me that it's not my job to figure out why they're doing it, that she's unwell or something. I trust them, so I'm keeping my distance. Together, we devised a few strategies to keep me safe or make me feel that way, such as sharing my daily whereabouts with my trusted individuals and ensuring I'm never alone in vulnerable situations. Despite my efforts to distance myself, the constant fear and anxiety, they've taken a toll on my everyday life. It's made it difficult to fully embrace the excitement and freedom that should come with this new phase of life. Instead, I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder and questioning even the most benign encounters. My mother had slipped and fractured her hip, so she was in the hospital for a while. During her time in the hospital, I would visit her in the evenings until closing time and then go home. During that time, I struck up conversations with a younger male who I assumed was also visiting family in the hospital. It would always be just the two of us at about 10 p.m. at night, bidding each other goodnight in the hospital car park. One night, I came out of my mother's room to meet him at the lifts on my way down. As we had shared snacks and recognized each other in various waiting rooms, I thought nothing of it when he offered me an unopened can of pop, as he was already also sipping on one. Before stepping into the lift, I opened my can and took a sip. By the time we reached the car park, I had drunk about a third of my drink. Suddenly, my whole body just went numb. I felt like I couldn't swallow, blink, breathe, or even walk. I felt like my body had shut down. I watched as I sat myself on the ground, supporting myself on the man's leg. He told me to sit and wait for him, that he would get his car and drive me around to the emergency room doors. I was panicking, but I couldn't speak, just weakly nodded while struggling to breathe. I lay on the asphalt as his car pulled up, and he helped me into the front passenger seat of the car. It was a white, long car, station wagon type, and he kindly put the passenger seat back so I could lay back and rest. I drifted in and out of sleep trying to work out why we had not yet arrived at the emergency doors. I don't drink alcohol anymore, but I've been extremely drunk before, and this is exactly how I felt now. I could not speak, my thoughts were jumbled, and my body was just not cooperating. I kept opening my eyes, and I could see light shining out of tall building windows as they flew past, but I couldn't squint or focus to properly recognize which part of the hospital these buildings belonged to. I then fell asleep. I was woken after a while because I was being rocked from side to side. I reached over to steady myself, and I touched a wall with knobs. Confused, I tried opening my eyes. I realized that I had touched the knobs of a car radio. As I slowly refocused my thoughts and tried to work out where I was, I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I knew that I would need to throw up immediately if the rocking didn't stop. As I turned my head to the right, I felt a stream of cold air blowing directly on my face, and that calmed my stomach a bit, but the rocking didn't stop. Before I could say or mumble anything, I started throwing up. The car stopped, and the next thing I knew, I was dragged onto the ground by a pair of hands. I lay on my stomach, heaving and retching on the ground, and realized I was looking into pure darkness. I smelled dead leaves, I smelled soil, I smelled grass. The night air was cool and welcoming, and I was no longer rocking, so I felt better. Suddenly, I was jerked to my feet and pulled to the back of the car. The boot opened and I climbed in and laid down. The car then took off again, rocking and bumping. I had so much saliva drooling out of my mouth. I was sick again, but nothing else came out except for the sick, sweet aftertaste of that pop at the back of my throat. Sometime later, I woke up and slowly pulled myself up and peered over the back seat. We were driving along a dark lane lined with trees. Pitch black. As I rested my head on the back of the seat while dry heaving, I tried to focus and work out where we were. All of a sudden, I see a row of lights behind a row of trees to my left. They suddenly disappear, but give my muddled mind enough time to think. Why are we driving in a ditch? After some more driving, the car swings into a little lane to our left and comes to a halt, and the headlights and engine are switched off. The front door opens and slams. I lie there trying to open my eyes and focus, but I'm so dizzy. I feel like my eyes are whipping from side to side, so I keep them closed. I tell myself not to fall asleep again as I struggle to get my mind and my body to cooperate with my will. It's like I'm trying to will myself to sober up. Another me is sober, but my mind and body have not yet caught up. I slide over the back seat and I lie down on the floor immediately behind the driver's seat. There is a metal bar that runs across the back of the front seat of the car, but with enough crawl space underneath. I press my face to it. It's cool and welcoming. I wait for the driver to open any of the car doors. I have no idea where he is. I fall asleep again. I slowly wake up again to the smell of cigarette smoke. I know he's near, but I don't know where. Suddenly, the boot opens. I'm not a petite female by any means. I'm 5'8", 85 kilograms in weight. Somehow, I crawl, slither into the front seats. The next door that opens is the back door, and that slams shut too. I slip my legs back under the bar and slither back onto the floor behind the driver's seat again, just as the front door opens. I can't open my eyes or lift my head, because if I do, everything will start spinning, and I'll need to throw up again. Suddenly, the driver's door opens, and I hear the sound of a metal baseball bat getting pulled out from somewhere near my head, and the door slamming shut. The driver's door opens again, and music starts blaring very loudly from inside the car. Suddenly, the body of the car starts getting whacked loudly by the baseball bat. There are loud thumps around the car, and they keep going around and around the car. They stop. After a while, the driver's door opens and the music stops. My ears are ringing. I realize the driver's door has not closed again, nor has the car sunk with the weight of someone getting into the car. Suddenly, the boot opens again. I somehow slither back into the front, but this time, I slide halfway out the driver's door, which is still open. As I slowly slide under the car, I hear the back door on the passenger side open. I slide under the car, out of breath, breathing in dirt, dust, and soil. I swallow some. I'm stuck between two wheels, under a car, eating dirt, dizzy as hell. Once again, I have to remind myself to stay awake. I slowly pull myself forward. My arms hurt. My face is being dragged through the dirt, and I realize I have somehow lost my shoes. I want to stay under the car forever and just sleep. But the other me keeps yelling for my body and my mind to match my will. So I keep sliding forward. As I get to the front, I get stuck. There's no more space. As I stretch my arms forward, the car engine starts. I hear the driver door slam. I suddenly have this burst of energy where I scurry and slither to the right and come out near the front passenger door. I keep slithering forward and find the earth in front of me giving way to nothing. I keep moving forward and slide into a ditch hole. I slide forward. I feel the earth get harder and start to rise again. So I slide back in the ditch. The car is still there, and the music comes on again. I hear whacks on the side of the car. I hear whacks on the ground. I hear the baseball bat thrown to the ground. Suddenly, I hear my phone ring. I hear him mutter in a language I don't understand. I hear him whack something hard with the baseball bat. It makes a pinging sound. My phone stops ringing. I hear him grunting and stomping, and I hear him whacking things. Suddenly, the vehicle revs its engine. The door slams, and it moves. It reverses and goes away. I peer over the dirt back to where I came from, and I can't see anything. I can't focus on anything. My eyes are still swinging wildly. I close them again. I realize I need to move along the ditch to the left, as that's where I saw a row of lights. I still hear the music. Even though far, it's not going anywhere. It's still playing in the distance somewhere. I start dry heaving again. My mouth is dry, tastes terrible. My breath stinks. I get up to walk. I fall down. I'm facing my left before the hard, pebbly rise of the ditch is on my right now. I touch it, support myself. I focus on the feel of the pebbles as I walk towards the row of lights. Suddenly, the music is back, loud. I sit down and I lean my back against the hard feel of pebbles and open my eyes and focus on the lights coming towards me. But they move past from my right to my left. I watch it swing in behind a thin row of shrubs on my left. I hear him get out, whack his way towards where I am. I throw myself back into the dirt. The whacking stops. The door slams. The music goes back to where it came from. I keep moving along the ditch, the rise to my right, and the music constantly keeps moving back and forth on my left. I eventually can walk without being pulled to my left and falling over. My eyes are finally staying open longer. My mind starts telling me that it's safer for me with this person I know than me heading towards some unknown. I don't know how many times I believed he was looking for me to take me home, to save me. I was just too exhausted to walk towards the music and the light, so I just kept stumbling along. Suddenly, the music left and left for good. The sky was becoming gray. I started shivering. I sat down, shivering, and fell asleep. I woke up cold, wet, and could see. I looked around and realized I was in a field or forest with trees and shrubs and a dirt road that ran along where I was facing. I slowly got up and started shivering again, and I started to climb the rise. It got slippery as the pebbles slipped under my feet. Suddenly, I felt fear, deep fear. I panicked and clambered, screaming and crying up the slope. I got to the top and realized I was on train tracks. I quickly crossed over and went down the other side. I was so scared, so scared of being found and picked up by this person again. I kept walking. How long? I don't know. All the while, my mind would jump between listening with paranoia to my surroundings, then trying to recall every little detail of the night. I realized my handbag, car keys, details of where I lived, everything were most likely in his car. All I knew of him was his name, Francis. My mind went blank. I just walked, penniless, without ID and shoes, and guess what? Stinking of piss and shit. Suddenly, in front of me was a collection of houses. I waited in the bushes for some time, scared shitless of all people, sure that they would hand me back to the person who did this to me. It took me a while to approach this lady who did not ask questions, but allowed me to call my sister to come pick me up. She allowed me to wash my face and wait in her house until my sister arrived. She never asked anything. I was thirsty as hell, but water just tasted horrible. My sister arrived, pissed as fuck. She wanted to know what happened. She wanted me to go to the police. I told her I was exhausted. She told me I stank. She asked about my car. I lied, said that it had been stolen, purse and all. I could hardly speak. I asked if I could sleep at her house. I had a shower. I drank a cold beer in 3 gulps. No idea why I wanted a beer. And I went to bed. I woke up that night, called my mother, told her I wouldn't be visiting anymore. I felt terrible, emotionally, physically. I felt so hungover and exhausted. I slept for 3 days. My sister kept asking what happened until she gave up. We never really speak of that time. I don't think we ever will. I picked up my car from the hospital car park a month later. No parking fees, thank goodness. I filed a police report, but other than that, I never told anyone. My best friend and her husband moved me out of my place and back in with my mom a week later. I resigned from my job. This happened in 1993, and this is the first time that I've spoken of it. I still feel fear, but not as bad. It's when I ask myself, what if? That's when I go numb. I was stupid enough to agree to a blind date. It was several years ago. I hadn't come out yet, and I was desperate to keep up appearances. After we had dinner, this loser drove to a dark parking lot behind a closed store. Next thing I knew, he was all over me, trying to unbutton and unzip my jeans. I said no and was blocking his hands. He refused to take no for an answer. As his hand went up my shirt, I began screaming. He was getting more pushy by the second. Suddenly, a bright white light lit up the car. His face turned white. His eyes bugged out. He quickly started his car and drove me home. He shook all the way there. I was confused, but so relieved. The next day, he called and apologized for what had happened. I told him to never call me again, and then he asked me a question that made a chill run down my spine. Who was the girl, the one in the light? I asked, what? He said when the light appeared, a blonde girl in a powdered blue dress appeared, glaring at him. She pointed at him and let out a scream. That's when he hauled ass and took me home. I hung up on him, but I couldn't help but smile. The year before, my best friend of 14 years had died unexpectedly in a car accident. She was only 21. She was buried in a dress her favorite color, baby blue. She had been a victim herself 3 years before her death. Apparently, she was hell-bent on me not meeting the same horrible fate, and I'm forever grateful to her. I went to a small private school, and the bullies were absolutely brutal during my freshman year. I got thrown in trash cans, given atomic wedgies, and had more swirlies than I can count. But there was one kid named Timmy who got it way worse. He was every asshole's wet dream. He wore glasses, got straight A's, pulled his pants up a little too high, and the poor guy's face was filled with more craters than the moon. His family was also poor, so his clothes were never the right brand, and he always brought his lunch in a Pokemon lunchbox. Don't get me wrong, I love Pokemon, but I wasn't dumb enough to brag about it at a school full of ignorant rednecks who only cared about sticking their faces into deer blood. Anyway, Timmy was regularly taunted, beaten up, and just all around tortured. They once held him against a wall while one boy pulled his pants open and another squirted an entire bottle of ketchup and mustard inside. On another occasion, they went into his locker. We didn't have locks unless we bought one ourselves, and they poured a jar of fire ants into his backpack. I think they wanted to break him. More than just being an easy target, Timmy never reacted. He didn't get angry, he didn't cry, he just took it. I don't remember exactly what they were doing to him when someone finally asked him about it, but he said that it was because he didn't want his brother to go back to juvie. That only made everything worse. They thought that he was trying to scare them, so they called his bluff. It was a small town, and everyone felt it was impossible to have some badass criminal brother that no one knew about. Well, as it would turn out, our town wasn't quite that small. It was only a few weeks later when one of the sophomores finally took things too far. We were all walking to lunch when the older kid saw Timmy crouched beneath a tree. He had found a fallen bird's nest with one egg still intact, and he was trying to put it back onto the branch. Seeing this, the sophomore grabs the egg and smashes it. I wasn't close enough to hear their exchange, but whatever Timmy said as he walked away bothered the older kid enough to leave him standing slack-jawed beneath the tree. That happened on a Thursday. On Friday, Timmy didn't come to school. And on Saturday, that sophomore was admitted to the hospital with multiple broken ribs, a fractured arm, a cracked skull, and several large purpling bruises covering his body. Come to find out, Timmy's brother Craig was 2 years older than us and huge. He was so mean to other kids that his parents began homeschooling him in 3rd grade. At age 12, he pushed a neighborhood kid in front of a car, and she almost died. He showed no remorse until he figured out that's what it took to get released from juvie, and then he was full of the stuff. He got out the summer before our freshman year, and though he treated the rest of the world like shit, he had a soft spot for his little brother. When Timmy told him, well, whatever he told him, Craig was furious. Friday evening, he drove Timmy to the school as it was letting out, so he could point out the sophomore. Then they followed the kid home. Saturday, Craig returned to his house and waited for the kid to go walking down the street. He was on his way to a friend's house, but he never made it. Once he was out of view of his own home, Craig pulled up beside him and asked for a lighter. Then he offered him a ride as a thanks. Obviously, the decision to say yes was a mistake that guy will never forgive himself for. But if you didn't know Craig, he looked like any other normal teenager, just really big. Once the kid was in the car, Craig asked if he was in a hurry, because if he wasn't, he could show off the new engine he just put in his Mustang. Of course, that sounded great to a teenage boy, so they drove out of the neighborhood and got onto the highway, where they could really punch the gas. That's when Craig properly introduced himself as Timmy's brother. I imagine the sophomore's fear was instant. They then drove to an old park, where there were batting cages and tennis courts. A new one had just been built a few miles away, so everyone was going there instead. Parking next to the batting cages, Craig removed a bat and a bag of balls from his trunk. Apparently, he was so much bigger that he felt a regular fight would be too easy, and he wanted to have some fun, so he gave the kid a choice. They could have a regular fight. Craig could beat him black and blue and call an ambulance after, or he could stand at the end of the batting cage and play dodgeball. It was one of those choices that wasn't really a choice. Plus, the kid thought that most of the balls would miss. He was wrong about that part. More than half were solid hits. But it was a gamble either way. Who knows how much damage Craig's fists could have done, or if he would have been able to stop himself as easily as just running out of balls. But the kid also left there with a cracked skull because of a hit to the head. What if 2 balls had hit him, or 3? He's lucky to be alive. For all those months, Timmy endured things that would make most adults crack in order to keep his brother out of trouble. But that bird's egg was his final straw. Maybe he had a soft spot for animals. Maybe that particular kid had just pushed him too far, too many times. The previous week, he held Timmy down and poured hot sauce into his mouth until he couldn't breathe. I guess it doesn't really matter. The point is, nobody messed with him again after this. At least not at our school. That summer, his family moved out of state, and I haven't heard a thing about him since. I can't remember the last time I told this story. It's been a while, but in all this time I've never written it down. So you've officially inspired me to do that. I grew up in Fresno, California, mainly in the 80s, but a small part of the 90s as well. Fresno in the 80s is a lot like it is now. Maybe less people, but I have to assume the same level of crime and poverty exists today as it did then. It wasn't all bad, though, and especially for a kid, it was hardly noticeable. I had lots of friends, we had a decent park nearby, and incredibly wild imaginations for our age. One summer or spring, I'm not sure which, me and a couple of my friends from the apartments decided to play one of our favorite outdoor games, Bloody Murder. If you're lucky, you played this game as a kid. If not, it's never too late. Anyway, the game consists of 4 people minimum, though we'd gotten away with 3 before. You pick a home base. For us, it was this palm tree in the middle of the apartments. Then one person hides, aka the murderer, while the others try to catch the murderer before he can make it back to base. Another rule was everyone couldn't just guard the tree. You had to actively look for the murderer. Well, this time, I was the murderer, so I was hiding. I had a few favorite spots, and several I tried to avoid in order to not be detected so quickly. One of my favorite spots was under the staircase of one of the buildings closest to home base. It was easy because you had full coverage, essentially, and an easy escape through either side of the building once you emerged. There was also space to see from there, so you could detect if someone was coming, or if they were close, etc. I considered this a great spot, and since no one had ever actually found me hiding in it, I was in the clear as far as being detected. 2 of my friends, William and Christopher, tended to search together because they were brothers, and Christopher was a bit younger than all of us. Otherwise, everyone was split up. From my perfectly secure spot, I watched as my friends ran past the building. For a few minutes, I could see and hear them trying to figure out where I was and where they should be in order to capture me. Finally, their voices grew further away, and I knew it was my chance to make a run for it. Up until this next moment, this was a normal day like any other. But just as I was about to leave, I saw my friend's little brother, Christopher. I figured, William is definitely around here somewhere. He's probably waiting to watch me on the other side. so I turned myself around to look out that way, but I didn't see William anywhere. I turned around again and I saw Christopher talking to someone who was inside of a car. Probably his dad, I thought. But when the man got out, I realized it couldn't be their dad, because their dad was a much larger man than the one I was seeing right now, and he didn't wear glasses. Still, I wasn't going to give up my hiding spot, so I sat back and waited to see where he was going to go and if anyone else was going to show up. But before I even had time to settle, I heard Christopher scream, and I could see that the man in glasses had grabbed Christopher. He was trying to get him inside of the car. Surely, if this were real, if this were happening, someone would do something, I thought to myself. But I quickly realized that I was that someone. My heart was racing, and I had no idea what was going to happen. But before I knew it, I was grabbing some gravel from beneath my feet and running full speed towards the man and Christopher. I was screaming too now. I think something like, "Let him go," but it could have simply been me screaming. When I got close enough to the two of them, I threw the rocks into the man's face, hoping that they would do something. I definitely expected more of a reaction. Instead, he sort of swatted them away as if it were dust. Then with his free hand, he was suddenly shoving me in the chest. I lost my footing, and I was down on the ground for barely a second before I started screaming again, with Christopher joining me. I stood back up, and though the man hadn't let go of my friend, he also hadn't moved either. My next thought was to just stomp on this guy's feet, so I did. And again, Christopher followed suit, stomping and smashing at this man's toes in unison while screaming. He was starting to lose his nerve, and we could tell. At least I could. Then, like clockwork, 3 of my friends came into view and charged towards the scene. Behind them was William and Christopher's dad, and he looked pissed. That sight alone made the man release Christopher, and he tried to run to the other side of his car. He made it. Well, inside his car anyway. Their father had brass knuckles with him, and he was prepared to use them. He yelled for all of us boys to get inside, and without even thinking, we just all ran to their apartment because we didn't want to split up. Eventually, all of our parents and basically the whole complex was outside, which was usually the case any time the police showed up. This guy was a known creep, and I'm pretty sure that he went away for doing worse to another kid. I remember kidnapping was sort of a big deal in our area. We still played outside, had fun, and were kids, but I think we were all a bit changed by the whole thing. I remember paying more attention to just about everything after that moment, so lesson learned. But I also remember William's little brother was pretty afraid of just about everything after that. He never really did want to play outside anymore, and as a kid, you sort of brush that stuff off, but yeah, I can only imagine the effect it had on him. Back when I was driving solo, I found myself in Memphis, Tennessee, waiting for a delivery to be unloaded. The receiver took his sweet time, 7 hours to be exact, leaving me stuck there long enough for my clock to run out. With no other option, I had to drive over to West Memphis and park at the TA Petro for my 10-hour reset. By the time I arrived, the lot was almost full, and the only spot left was the farthest, darkest corner. It wasn't exactly the kind of place you'd choose to park if you had a choice, but I didn't. I grabbed my dog, Noodles, and we headed out for a quick restroom break. As we walked, I noticed a man standing at the back of a trailer, just lingering there. Something about him made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was an unease to him. I wasn't about to stick around and find out what his deal was. I hurried Noodles, practically pulling him back to the truck, and once we were safely inside, I locked the doors. After a few minutes, I decided to head to the store and grab some dinner. I figured a good meal might settle my nerves. As I walked, I suddenly heard footsteps behind me. When I glanced back, my stomach dropped. It was the same man from the trailer, He was trailing behind me, keeping pace no matter how much I tried to lose him by taking different paths. My pulse quickened. I wasn't exactly scared yet, just unnerved. When I finally made it inside the store, the place was packed. People everywhere, the noise, the bustle. I thought I'd feel safer with the crowd around, so I snagged a seat at the bar before someone else could take it. I ordered my food and tried to relax, but halfway through my meal, nature called. I told the waitress I wasn't finished. I'd be back in a minute. But when I returned, something wasn't right. My fork, which I always placed on the left side of my plate because I'm left-handed, was now on the right. That uneasy feeling in my gut returned, but with vengeance. I looked around the room, scanning for the man who had followed me, but he was nowhere to be seen. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but everything in me was screaming that something had been done to my food. I flagged down the waitress, still standing behind my chair, and I asked if she'd messed with my food. She shook her head, confused, and when I asked if she saw anyone else touch it, she told me she was too busy to notice. My heart was racing as she went to get the manager. When he came over, I told him about the man who had been following me, how he disappeared when I walked inside, and now this strange switch with my utensils. The manager's face grew serious. He offered me a new meal and moved me to a seat closer to the office. Then he excused himself, saying he needed to check something. A few minutes later, he returned, sat down across from me, his expression grave as he spoke. "I looked through the camera feed," he said, "and a man did approach your plate while you were gone. He put something in your mashed potatoes, stirred it, and then left the building. Unfortunately, we don't have cameras in the truck lot, so I have no idea where he went after that. I don't want you to leave the store alone, and I need to report this to the police. Do you mind if I call them?" I nodded, still trying to process what he had just told me. "Go ahead," I said, my voice, I'm sure, a little shaky. The manager went ahead and called the police, and I stayed put, finishing up my meal while keeping an eye on the door. A few minutes later, he brought me a piece of pie on the house, which was a small comfort and delicious. When the police arrived, they took my statement and searched the grounds for the man, but they couldn't find him. After a couple of hours, one of the officers offered to drive me back to my truck. As we had walked out, he told me he was going to ask his boss if they could station an officer near my truck for the night. Sure enough, they got permission. And that entire night, the police car parked in that dark corner of the lot, keeping watch. The man was never caught, and I never found out what he put in my food, but nothing bad happened to me or anyone else that night. To this day, I'm still thankful for those officers who went out of their way to make sure I was safe. Who's the most evil person you've met? For me, it would be my ex-brother-in-law and my niece's boyfriend. My sister, who had always had high standards for the guys she would date, was so excited for me to meet this new guy she was dating. She thought that he was the one. We had a cookout at my parents' house for Memorial Day, and she was bringing him for all of us to meet. He was a restaurant manager and sounded like a decent guy. Everyone was sitting out in the yard when my sister and her new boyfriend arrived. I was just bringing out the food and setting it on the picnic table. By this time, everyone but me had introduced themselves. I wiped off my hands on a napkin and turned around as my sister started to introduce me to her new guy. He extended his hand for me to shake. I was looking at my hands to make sure that all the sauce was off of them. As I extended my hand and started to say, "Hi, and raised my eyes to meet his, the exact same second our hands touched, I looked up at our eyes. My knees gave way for an instant. I got a sharp pain going through my eyes and chest. I lost my breath and couldn't speak. The most evil, terrifying feeling went through me as I watched his brown pupils turn laser red. I jerked my hand back. He gave me such an evil smile, like he knew that I had just saw the demon in him, like he knew that I had just seen his secret. I could only think, dear God, he's a demon. Everyone was looking at me. I couldn't take my eyes off of him, like I was just stunned. I could only whisper my name. I backed up from him and excused myself into the house. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. His eyes glowed red. I knew he was evil, and I knew he was going to hurt my sister. My sister came into the house all happy, asked me what I thought of him. I told her I didn't like him. I told her what I saw, and that he was going to hurt her. She was upset with me and didn't listen. Well, she ended up marrying him. A few months later, she became pregnant. In her 4th month, she miscarried the baby. The very next day, he was late coming home. She called the restaurant and they told her he had left hours ago. When he came home that night, he lied and said he was at work. She told him that she knew he was lying. And so he admitted, "Well, I wanted to wait until you were over the baby, but I've been seeing this other girl since before we were married. She doesn't mind if I smoke weed because she does too. I just went along with the wedding because you were so excited about it." My sister was devastated. I knew he was going to hurt her. I could see the evil staring back at me when I met him. A couple of Christmases ago, it was kind of the same thing. My husband's niece brought her new boyfriend home. I went to shake his hand, looked into his eyes. His pupils glowed red. I jumped back in shock. Fear ran down the inside of me. I couldn't believe that I saw the red eyes again. This guy looked creepy, kept giving me nasty looks, like I knew what he was up to, like I saw what was inside of him. This time I went and sat down, in shock. I kept my feelings and what I saw to myself. We were at another in-law family member's house. We left quickly after. I kept getting that feeling you get when you run your finger over a sharp blade, on purpose to see how sharp it is. I knew that he was going to hurt her and that she was going to get cut, but I didn't feel like he was the one who was going to cut her. I told my husband and stepdaughter. I told my husband if he wanted to tell his family, that was up to him. They were always looking for a reason to pounce on me, so I left it up to him. Well, it got around to the family. Of course, I was criticized. But about 2 months later, our niece had to have abdominal surgery after being stabbed, and not by this creepy lover. But she did give the creepy lover her purse to hold on to while she was in surgery. This guy wiped out her bank account, $8,000. All while she was in the OR. She'd just gotten her tax return. She has 3 little kids, too. So it was hard on her financially as well as emotionally. Everything about this guy was creepy. Even if it hadn't been the glowing eyes, I still wouldn't have liked him. I'm not sure if they filed a police report. We weren't included in that info. I'm mainly also curious if anyone else has ever experienced something like this. Like, can you just feel when something is wrong? I was blissfully unaware of my stalker's actions until he was arrested. I work as a counselor in an addiction treatment clinic. Most of our patients are wonderful people, but we do get some strange ones. 2 years ago, when I was 29 and hadn't worked there long, I was assigned a new patient. He was a man in his late 30s who had been a heroin user for most of his life. It was clear to me that he was very isolated and that he craved attention. So I was extra careful to be as professional as possible, while still showing him the appropriate level of understanding. He began to stop by my office uninvited, but he never wanted to discuss his treatment. Initially, he just talked a lot about himself, but he soon began to ask questions about me. I explained the boundaries of our relationship to him again and gave my supervisor a warning that this patient may need a different counselor. Then he bought me flowers and a stuffed animal, and I was forced to have him reassigned immediately. I obviously couldn't accept his gifts, and my rejection angered him. He threw a fit in our lobby, accusing me of leading him on, and our security guy had to escort him from the building. We treat patients with methadone, and we are reluctant to dismiss them without detoxing first, but my supervisor told the patient he wouldn't be able to return if he acted out again. A couple of days went by without incident, and the patient, let's call him John, apparently showed up to dose every day and left quietly like he was supposed to. One day I came out after we closed to find John sitting on the ground next to my car. He told me that he was sorry for getting upset, that he understood that no one could know about us. I was starting to feel scared, so I just stood there and listened to him ramble on about his love for me until some of my coworkers came out and found us. They convinced him to leave, and I knew now that he would definitely be discharged. Looking back, I feel so stupid because I actually pitied him. I was even planning on asking my supervisor to see if they could transfer him to another clinic, at least for a 3-week detox, so that he wouldn't have to suffer through the severe, acute withdrawals. John stopped coming on his own, and I didn't see him again. Unfortunately, he saw a lot of me. Everything that followed, I heard from the police or my family members. John might have stopped coming into the clinic to dose, but he was still there every day. He waited in the parking lot across the street and followed me when I left. I often run errands after work, so he followed me as I picked up my cat from the vet, went to the dentist, did my grocery shopping, had my nails done, and when I had lunch with my husband. I'm very lucky that I always take the same route home, and that it includes a 3-mile stretch of empty, straight highway. John had made several attempts to follow me home, but his paranoia made him think that I'd spot him if he continued to follow me all the way along the road. I'm sure I wouldn't have noticed him, but I'm glad that he thought I might. Our house is hidden by trees down a long driveway, and he could easily have assaulted me as I got out of my car. John followed me on at least 5 separate occasions. I know this because the police told me that, and there were pictures on his phone of me in 5 different outfits. On the last day, he thought that he'd managed to follow me home. He saw me take a slightly different route, park at a big house, and walk in the front door. He couldn't have known that I was visiting my mother-in-law, and he would soon cease to care. My husband's sister was 19 at the time, and she's a beautiful girl. John was parked up the road when she got home from school, and that was all it took to break his obsession with me. When he saw me leave later that evening, he stayed behind. The next morning, he accosted my sister-in-law as she walked to her car. He rambled on about wanting to marry her. He scared her, but she's a smart girl. She managed to get into her car via the passenger door and honk the horn. My husband was going over some paperwork with their dad inside, and they both ran outside. John was banging on my sister-in-law's window and kicking her car. He saw these 2 6-foot-something men approach and pulled a steak knife from his cargo pants. My father-in-law kept his distance, trying to talk him down. My sister-in-law is calling 911 from inside the car, and my husband went inside to get his dad's gun. That calmed John down. He laid down on his belly and waited for the deputies to come. John was arrested on charges relating to his knife-wielding and vandalism of the car. But the police also found out that he was out on parole. They found pictures of me, and John eventually admitted that he'd been stalking me when he happened to see my sister-in-law. I feel incredibly guilty for leading him to her, for not paying attention to the warning signs. John's original conviction was for the aggravated rape of a young girl whom he had stalked first. It's nauseating to know that someone spied on you for a whole week without you noticing him. But it's worse to know that he chose a young girl whom you love as his next victim. All right, well, there's no classy way to start this story, so don't judge me. When I was in my early 20s, my buddy was having a birthday party at a club called Tricks, with 3 X's. This gentleman's club was of the lowest caliber, and certainly not an establishment I visited often. This being said, me and birthday boy were doing key bumps next to an ATM when this stripper named Dakota walked up to me and started flirting. She asked if I wanted to hang out when she was off work. Her shift ended at the end of the hour. I didn't drive to the club, but my buddy's standing behind her cheering me on, so I'm like, cool, let's do this. The party of boys leave, and I wait in the bar for Dakota to leave the dressing room. An old man sweeps confetti off the floor, and I watched him use a soapy rag to make the stripper pole shine once again, ready for the next night. Dakota comes out and tells me that she's got an Uber for us. As a gentleman, I offered to pay for the Uber, but she insists. And so together we strolled out the back door, arm in arm. Within 30 seconds, a car is pulling around the side of the club. As its headlights get close, Dakota says, "That's our Uber." And sure enough, the car pulls to a stop right in front of us. It was a Ford Focus or Chevy Aveo-looking small red car. I had to squeeze in the back seat. The driver is a tall, young woman. She also looks uncomfortable in this car, and I wonder why she would have made a purchase like this. When Dakota slides next to me, she asks if the woman has her address. The cramped woman in the front seat says, "Yep," and we drive around to the front of the strip club and out to the street. It's a long rural road leaving Tricks. The previous key bumps I'd been jazzing on were fleeting, along with my confidence in the current situation I'd put myself in. I wasn't even sure if I was in a real Uber. This lady in front sure didn't drive like she gave a shit about any sort of star rating. Meanwhile, I catch Dakota putting "almost there" in a text message before pressing send. She tried to hide her phone, but the glow reflected from her side window. It became very clear that Dakota had no intentions of hooking up tonight. I have no idea what direction we've gone or how long we've been going that way. I try to reach for my phone and not commit the same mistake that she had by revealing my screen in the reflection. I begin to reach in my back pocket, thinking I'll try to blindly repeat the motion that I do to dim my screen before pulling it out of my pocket. I grip the phone and boom, the car's front tire explodes in a shred of rubber. The driver tries to overcorrect and ends up flipping the car. It cartwheels 3-4 times, narrowly avoiding the trees in the ditches on either side. The car barrel rolled into a straight line down this 2-lane highway until it came to a stop, landing completely upside down. Oddly enough, I don't think I ever passed out. I'm pretty banged up. There's glass everywhere, in my clothes, in my hair. I'm bleeding from multiple places, and I'm most worried about the blood dripping up my forehead. Both women are completely unconscious. I free myself from the seatbelt, and gravity sends me down to the ceiling of the turned-over car. I crawl out. Shooting pain from a fractured arm dampens my adrenaline and my ability to think. My head's also bleeding. This time it's going the natural way, and I feel a warm steam roll down the tip of my nose. But possibly, worst of all, my phone is crushed. I check on the girls. They appear to both be passed out, but then the driver starts to groan a bit. She's coming to. I tell the woman if she can reach her cell phone, she should call 911. Without another option, I'm forced to run for miles down a long, dark highway until I reached a gas station to call for emergency services. To this day, I still have metal inside my arm from the crash, but as crazy as it sounds, I'm very grateful the car flipped that night, because I'm pretty sure that I was going to get robbed or murdered, or both, once we reached the address we were going to. And in some timeline, in another universe, Dakota was a cool stripper that really did want to hook up with me that night. I guess we'll never know. Schrodinger's stripper, per se. I don't know if this is the creepiest thing that's ever happened, but I found it to be pretty creepy. I met a woman on Match.com about 12 years ago. We went out for lunch in Providence on Federal Hill. She was very quiet. I was sure that she didn't care much for me. It was quite a bit of work to get her to speak about anything, and by the end of the evening, I chalked it up to experience, a wasted effort. But after lunch, she told me that she was frightened of Providence and asked me to walk her to her car. I agreed. When we got to her car, she shook my hand and thanked me, and as an afterthought, asked me if I wanted a ride back to my car. She felt that she could trust me now, I guess. I said okay. As soon as I got in the car, she was all over me. She wanted to make out, hot and heavy, and didn't even get a chance to put on the seatbelt. I was incredibly and pleasantly surprised. We made plans for another date. We went to the movies. Again, she was very quiet and standoffish until we got to her car. Then she was all over me. The next day I came home from work, and when I opened my mailbox, I found a small package. Inside were 2 wedding rings with a note. "We are destined to be one," was written on the box. There was no postage. Whoever put it there in person. I suspected it was her, and I was uneasy. I called her up. She asked me if I got her package. I said yes. She said, "I went to a psychic. She said you were my soulmate. We'll be together forever." I realized then that she was not right in the head. I said, I don't think so. And after a discussion of how inappropriate she was being, I hung up the phone. The next day, when I came home from work, she was parked in my driveway. I got out of the car furious. "Who the hell do you think you are, coming to my house uninvited?" I asked her angrily. She was nonplussed. "It's not the kind of house I want," she said, "but we can live in it together until we're married. But I like your cat." And she gestured to the cat watching us from the window. I told her to leave, to never return. She did leave, but not before telling me that we were going to be together. It was preordained. For the next year, I got calls, emails, and love letters every single day. Sometimes she called 10 times a day. At first, I tried to tell her that she was wasting her time, but it did no good. To her, we were destined to be together. It has been 10 years since this happened, but for the longest time, I'd still get emails from her once a month. I'd get phone calls from her about twice a year. She never changed her number, so once I figured out how to block numbers, I stopped getting the calls. Early on, if I'd accidentally answer the phone or something, she would just take it as acknowledgement that I have feelings for her, and it would turn into a burst of emails and phone calls and small gifts. I never saw her as a threat. At least, I never felt threatened. She's just sick in the head. It's very, very creepy. But the creepiest thing about her, in my opinion, is that she's a Harvard-trained medical doctor treating patients. I'm sure plenty of people go their whole lives without having a gun pointed at them. Me, I've come face to face with one more than I'd like. The first time I was walking into a store when I was 16, I startled one of the men robbing the place. He almost shot me in the face. .45 automatic. Never saw anything so huge in my life. I remember closing my eyes because he was that close, and it seemed inevitable. But then, he suddenly brushed past me and out the door. Crazy. Just a couple years later, 18 years old, walking my girlfriend home on New Year's Eve in the middle of a snowstorm, a guy ran out of an alleyway, pointed a gun right at my gut, robbed me. That one was a chrome .38 revolver. I wasn't even thinking of myself at that time, just really didn't want anything to happen to my girlfriend. Luckily, the man took off the moment he had my wallet. Not before whacking me real good with his revolver before taking off. Girlfriend was unscathed, so I considered it a win. I think the third time was probably the scariest. I was 28 years old managing a liquor store. And by that time, I had a son. The guy walks in. He immediately looks suspicious, but before I can even register why, he's pointing a gun at me. This time, it's a Beretta 9mm. He makes me empty the register, and then he marches me into the back room, where he makes me open the safe. Once I do, he tells me to lie on my stomach with my arms spread out. I thought for sure I was about to die. I told the guy to literally take whatever he wanted, that nothing in the store meant nearly as much as my son at home. The guy's sort of size is the best way to explain it. And before he continues to rob the place, he tells me, "Man, I'm not gonna kill you unless you try something. Don't try nothing and you're good." When someone's pointing a gun at your back while you're laying face down on the ground, you just kind of have to take their word for it. So, I took his advice and tried nothing. Though my life tried to flash before my eyes multiple times, a few moments later, he was gone. Yes, I own a gun. I live in a conceal and carry state. However, in this situation, it wouldn't have done me any good. The man got a jump on me, and I had to be smart about my next move. I've learned that people carry and use guns for a couple of reasons: to be intimidating to others and to protect themselves. This guy wasn't in a position to need to protect himself. He wanted to intimidate me. Had I found a way to get my gun, I think things would have honestly ended differently. When I was made aware my boyfriend was cheating on me, I broke it off immediately, right then and there. My friend texted me pictures and messages saying he was seen at an IHOP with another girl. I had suspicions he was creeping around, but it hurt all the same. The night I found out, we had plans for him to come over after work. Work was his code word for IHOP with some bitch. I would have never guessed that's what it meant, even though I did find a weird set of scratches on his back one morning after he got out of the shower. He had a believable excuse for that, too. Love will make you believe anything near plausible, and Cole could wind up a charming story with the snap of a finger. Thankfully, with this cold, hard evidence, I could finally accept the truth and move on. But it was a pretty horrible way to close a chapter in my life. The same night I received the picture, Cole's at my door, pounding like crazy, begging to be let in, refusing to leave until I talked to him. My friend/upstairs neighbor Zelly was over, consoling me when he showed up. She started yelling at him through the door, telling him to leave, but he stood outside knocking. Then he'd leave and call my cell phone 1,000 times, hanging up and calling again before the answering machine could pick up. My phone was constantly buzzing until he started pounding on the door again. His behavior escalated the longer he knocked. Soon he started shaking the door handle and putting his shoulder into the door frame until finally one of my neighbors opened their door. When this happened, he turned and walked out to the parking lot and entered his car. Zelly and I could barely see his car if we look out the back patio out to the street. A neighbor had apparently called the cops because we heard a few police officers walking around. Their flashlights move below our patio, and there's no sign that they've found anything. But they don't search the back parking lot where we saw him run. I had just experienced a loved betrayal, but I didn't want him to have a police record over this. He might have even been drunk, who knows, but if he would have met those cops that night, there would have been trouble. The cops leave and hours pass. Zelly and I attempt to take turns staying awake, just to keep an eye out and check on the car. During one of my power naps, Zelly shakes me awake. Cole's dome light had just turned on. Still groggy, I crawled out to look through the slats of the patio fence. The cold wind outside fully wakes me up again. It's easy to spot his car because it's the only illuminated cube in the dark parking lot. We'd also been keeping tabs on it all night before the sunset. All of this started happening around 5 or 6, maybe in the afternoon, but now it was the middle of the night. The light started getting partially blocked out, and it looks like the whole car had begun to shake like a little earthquake had hit it. Zelly had crawled up next. and got to see it just before the shaking slowed to a stop again. The dome light turned off soon after the car was still. Was he coming back? There was no way to tell. The parking lot was concealed in darkness again. However, it wasn't long before we could see another light beginning to glow in the far parking lot. At first, we didn't know what we were looking at. Unlike how we saw the dome light, it wasn't instantly illuminated. What we were staring at began as a low, moving glow that quickly grew in brightness. Zelly and I realized that the light was coming from rising flames, engulfing the interior of the car. Then, the car door opens and we hear screams fill the parking lot. A figure has jumped out of the flaming vehicle. He too is on fire. Zelly calls 911 while I continue to watch the burning man. He's flailing, rolling on the ground, all the while continuing to scream. The car is now completely on fire. Black smoke fills the parking lot. The smell of burning gasoline and rubber. It's enough to make us shut our own backsliding door. The smoke hung in the air long after the fire department put out the flaming car. The vehicle's occupant speaks to the police and firemen on scene before leaving the charred mess in an ambulance. It was Cole. Later that afternoon, from my back patio, I could see the local news out doing a story about what had happened. The car had not been towed yet, and seeing it up close on the news was almost unreal. The report said a man had been sleeping in his car. He'd been attacked by a female assailant. The attacker entered his car around 1 a.m. He was stabbed multiple times, and his car was set ablaze after the attack. They didn't say his name on the news, but I knew it was Cole. His other girlfriend had followed him to my apartment. She came back later that night to commit the arson. When she found him sleeping in the car, her impulsive rage got the best of her. She stabbed him 3 times, none of which were fatal. It's been a decade since this incident happened, and I never saw Cole in person again. When he first got out of the hospital, he left a bunch of messages on my phone explaining what had happened in the parking lot that night. I answered none of them. Having a murderous ex-girlfriend, it'll always be a turn-off for me. So, I guess I'll just conclude my story like this. Cole, let's not meet again. It's impossible not to associate your name with the burning rubber smell that saturated my apartment for weeks. What did you do to piss that girl off so much? I know cheating is bad, but she wasn't even trying to talk about it. She went straight to burning your ass, and that kind of rage comes from deep within. I don't know. There's always 2 sides to a story. I guess after all these years, I'm still curious. I got to see her mugshot. She was pretty, but somehow you got her all messed up in the head, ruining both of y'all's lives. What did you do, Cole? Just 1 year ago, I was on the computer at 11 p.m. while sitting at a desk beside a window. Mind you, I live in a ground floor apartment, so I'm used to seeing people walk by, but nothing like this. I had my headphones in, listening to music, when I hear some sort of unrecognizable background noise. I take off one headphone, then the other. The noise is then clearly coming from the window. Almost a scratching noise. I was scared shitless at this point. The noise began growing louder. I finally grew the balls to get up and walk over to the window. I had to move the slat in order to see what was making the noise. I moved the slat ever so slowly, and I see a man face to face in the window. I was horrified. A burglar, serial killer, stalker. To make it worse, he looked so angry that I had noticed him. Oh, hell fucking no. Fuck. I think I said this out loud. I quickly flipped the blinds back, stand frozen in my room for 5 minutes. By this time, the noise came back. I quickly turned on the lights in my room, and I flipped the blinds over again to see the man running away. I then take the time to plan out what I'm going to do next, when all of a sudden I hear knocking on my neighbor's door, followed by a scream. Holy shit, I'm gonna die. I take a bag and a jacket, and I run into the hallway and out the side door, going to my friend's place for the night. When I get there, we call 911. They say they've already had a report for that address. I came back the next morning to find out that the man in the window had knocked on my neighbor's door, probably thinking it was mine. He punched my neighbor in the face, ran into his kitchen to grab a knife. Luckily, his friends were over at the time, and they tackled the man, holding him captive until the police could arrive. Had it been me, a teenage girl who was home alone, I don't think the story would have ended so happily. I don't think I'll ever forget how lucky I am. When I was in 7th grade, so 12 or 13 years old, my best friend got sick with mono and had to stay home from school for several weeks. As an excuse to basically just talk to her through the window, I agreed to drop off her homework after school. I gave her mom the papers and she offered to drive me home like she always did, and I declined like I always did. The walk was short and I appreciated it. When I was a couple blocks from my house, I saw my 6-year-old brother and a neighbor that was about the same age starting to get into a stranger's car. Immediately, I screamed at him. I threw my backpack in the air and started running towards them. They hesitated on getting in, focusing their attention in my direction. And with that, the man in the car took off with the doors open. Catching up to them, my stupid little brother turned to me and was very mad. The neighbor, confused little boy. Apparently, and of course, the man had promised them candy if they got in the car. And because of me, he had no candy. He stomped off towards the front door, while I collapsed in the dirt by the road near our house. I don't scare easily, but that time, I was terrified. I remember telling my parents what happened and their reaction being that my brother wasn't allowed to travel outside without me present. Not much of a reward for saving his life, but I was sure to drill into him the importance of never stepping foot in a car with a stranger. I didn't go into every gruesome detail, but he knew about John Wayne Gacy when I was through with him. I didn't care if I scared him. That was the point. I'd like to think I saved his life multiple times, thanks to those lessons. When I was 19, my family and I were out of town in Hot Springs, Arkansas, having fun at a theme park they have there. It was me, my mom, dad, and my 3 younger siblings. We had been there for a couple of days over the weekend and needed gas before driving a few hours back home. I walked into the gas station store looking for a bathroom. They said it was outside and gave me a key. Even though it was daylight and my parents were right outside at the pumps, I instantly had a horrible gut feeling. It was such a strange feeling that it's hard to describe. It wasn't quite fear, but something like if you could feel evil, maybe like a warning sign. Anyway, the bathroom is on the other side of the gas station, facing away from the pumps, and I go inside, do my thing, wash my hands, and then, as my hand is on the door handle, ready to leave, the feeling gets intense, like I might throw up, and I'm feeling crazy emotions. And I knew, without knowing for certain, that I shouldn't leave. I decided to call my parents from the restroom. I tell them that they need to come get me on the other side. They don't even question it and say that they're on their way. I don't bother waiting outside the bathroom at all. This feeling of evil is so strong, there's no way I'm heading out that door. I know that's probably not something real, to feel evil, but it's not like any other feeling. A few moments later, I heard a knock. I know right away that it's okay to open the door. It's my dad. He asks if I'm okay. Of course, I was fine, and because I couldn't quite explain my feelings, I said yes. He then said that when he drove the car around the back, there was a man with an old truck pulled up to the bathroom with his truck door open. The man was standing directly outside the bathroom door, as if he were ready to throw me in his truck the second I stepped out. When he saw my parents, he jumped in his truck and drove off. My dad was furious. He remembered the make and color of the truck and even noticed the broken back window of his cab. We whipped out of the parking lot with the whole family going after the guy. We actually caught up with him and followed him a ways. I didn't know what my dad would have done if he'd caught him, but that intense feeling of fear was back. We almost ended up at a red light together, but the man in the truck went through it and we lost him. I don't know for sure what my original feeling of dread and fear was, but my mom likes to say it was the Holy Spirit taking care of me, warning me. I really don't know. I've had it a few times since then, and it always happens in bad situations, so maybe she's right. That time, though, was definitely the most intense. When I was in school, I was invited to a 3-day strawberry music festival by an acquaintance. She called me up and said she had an extra ticket and wanted me to go with her. I told her I wanted to go. Epic festival and music is my thing. Besides, I thought she was nice until I got to know her. Carlotta was a friend of the family, and for a while, a young, patchouli-sniffing tree hugger and free-spirited dream catcher. She seemed okay at first, but she was freaky. Her true colors bled through one day when her fickle whims and puzzling behavior came to a head. But that was a good thing. Had they not, I would have otherwise been stuck with her, hundreds of miles out of town, for several days. After all, she had 2 tickets to the festival and asked me to go along with her, and that would have meant being alone and stuck with her, together, for days on end. But at the time, I thought it would be cool, so I agreed to go. The week before we were set to leave on our road trip out of town, we had drinks together at a local pub. And then she invited me back to her place to help her pack her car with her tent and camping equipment to gear up for the trip. We arrived at her house after dark. I drove separately and parked on the street. Her driveway was incredibly dark, and so was the path up to her house. I felt my way around down a dark path, climbing up some back steps, stumbling all along in pitch black. There was no moonlight to guide our steps that night. I ended up stubbing my toe several times, to which she just laughed and thought was hilarious. By the time it dawned on me that I could use my phone, I realized I'd left it in the car. She didn't think to warn me of the obstacles in my path beforehand. I was perturbed by my stubbed toes, and her laughing. It wasn't funny. I stumbled up to her door, and when she unlocked it, I expected her to switch on a light, but she never did. I stood in the dark, waiting, anticipating. We stood there awkwardly, in the dark, without speaking. We were supposed to be packing, but instead, she was just breathing. I could hear her breathing. She grabbed my hand and tried to lead me deeper into her pitch-black home. "You got electricity?" I finally asked. She snorted and said she did. "Then could you possibly turn on a light?" "No, it's fine this way," she said. I could feel her standing right in front of me, breathing in my face, heavy, panting. Weirdness. She seemed to sense that I was uncomfortable, and so she added, "Darkness is our friend." Well, it may have been her friend, but it wasn't mine. I panicked at that moment. I didn't know if I was about to be jumped by a serial killer, or if this girl was putting the moves on me. But this wasn't my idea of wooing me in a romantic manner. It was downright giving me the creeps. Who wouldn't it give the creeps to? This chick was clearly a freak, and not in a good way. Good freaks, they just feel good. This bitch felt sinister and off, missing. Definitely missing something. I I suddenly didn't like her. I trust my instincts. I don't know what room I was in, where her knife drawer was in proximity to her body. I didn't know if I was standing in a hoarder pile filled with roaches and fleas, or if her ex-dead lover may have been mummified on the couch. I had no clue as to why she wouldn't turn on the damn lights. She was keeping me in the dark on purpose, and I didn't like it. What were her intentions? So, I felt my way backwards, away from her. I backtracked as quickly as possible, bruising my tailbone on a piece of furniture or a coffin, and blindly felt my way until I finally grasped the doorknob and turned it and stumbled back down the stairway, back down the path, all while she yelled, "Wendy, come back!" No thanks, Jeffrey Dahmer. Stubbing my toes again on skulls and skeletons, likely her dead grandmother, until I finally got to some streetlights and ran. Sighs of relief. I escaped her. She called me the next day, said that she had a better date for the Strawberry Festival. Boy, was I relieved. In the early 70s, my dad traveled for work a lot, and he'd sometimes take me with him during the summer. I was about 13 when we went on a week-long road trip. It was a great time until we stopped at a country diner on the way back. Dad stopped there all the time. The little hole-in-the-wall places were always his favorite, and he was particularly excited for me to try this one. The lunch rush had just ended when we arrived, so there was only 2 or 3 other customers inside. Then, a skinny man with greasy black hair came walking up off of the highway. Lots of people hitchhiked back then, but this place was even more secluded than most. There was hardly anything at all for hours in each direction. My dad's demeanor changed right away. He said guys like that would come into places and put people on the spot for a ride. After all his time on the road, he considered everyone a threat. My mom would call him overprotective on a good day and too paranoid on others. It didn't help that he believed anyone with long hair was on drugs, but in this case, he happened to be right. As the man got closer, we could see that he was twitching and talking to himself. Before he came in, he walked behind each car, and Dad said he was probably checking for out-of-state tags. Drifters like to find out where you were headed first, so they could say they were going in the same direction. I was taught from an early age to never tell someone my destination before they revealed their own. The diner was in Arkansas, and we lived in Missouri, so our plates likely interested him the most. There was another man dressed like a cowboy eating alone on the other side of the room, and Dad figured the cowboy would seem like the most likely owner, since I was there too. He said that we were going to wait for them to start talking, and then sneak out fast. I thought he was being ridiculous, but we'd been having a good time, and I didn't want to ruin it. The drifter came in and went straight to the cowboy, just as my dad had predicted, but there wasn't much of a conversation. Before the drifter could open his mouth, the cowboy essentially told him to screw off in a very aggressive way. A screaming match began, and before we could move, the drifter pulled out a gun and shot the cowboy in the head. If he had known to talk to my dad first, he would have been the one to die. Before anyone could react, the drifter turned to us and demanded our keys. I'd seen my dad treat drifters just like the cowboy had all the time, and they might bark and growl, but none of them had ever pulled a gun on him. I thought that we were both going to die right there, but my dad didn't show a hint of aggression. I'd never seen him so calm before or since that moment. But he kept his eyes on the table and calmly handed the drifter his keys. He told him which vehicle was ours, and he said it had a full tank of gas and $500 in the glove compartment. That wasn't true, but he wanted the man to feel happy, and he was confident the drifter wouldn't come back once he made it to the car. I guess we'll never know if he was right. The drifter hesitated at our table, like he was deciding what to do. Then there was another loud bang, and our table was suddenly covered in blood and gore. For a terrifying moment, I thought he shot my dad, but my eyes were glued to the table in a frozen state of shock until I was pulled away from it. I was so panicked that I thought it was the drifter and I tried to fight back, but my dad's voice finally got through, and I realized he was the one who had pulled me away. It was the drifter who had been shot. The owner had a rifle behind the counter and thankfully took matters into his own hands. We probably would both be dead if he hadn't. It was over an hour before the police arrived and they took our statements. We later learned the drifter was wanted for several armed robberies in multiple states, and the cowboy hadn't been his first murder victim. Dad canceled his last appointment, and we drove straight home from there, but we never told Mom what happened. Neither of us wanted to put her through that. Hands down, the scariest day of my life. I'm old now, so most of my early memories have faded, but that one always feels like it's brand new. Last year, my boss was out of town, and his wife, Janie, needed help with her food bank deliveries, so I was elected to accompany her. I didn't mind. She was an older woman, just over 5 feet tall and skinny as they come. I didn't want her to have to carry all those boxes by herself. We finished the deliveries without issue, and I offered to help with the grocery shopping while she had me. Afterwards, she stopped at the bank and needed to go inside. I waited in the car, and it was starting to take a while, so I leaned my seat back and dozed off. When I woke up, she was already pulling out of her parking space. We shared some small talk along the way, but then Janie's demeanor suddenly became very serious, and she said that an old white Ford was following us. At first, I thought she was joking or being paranoid, but the way she looked at me, it gave me chills. She may be small, but she's scarier than a grizzly wrapped in hornets. She had been watching the truck ever since leaving the bank, and we'd taken quite a few turns since then. But there's a dozen places they could be trying to reach going that way. We live in a fairly small town. It wasn't unreasonable to think that they were passing through, but Janie was sure. I wasn't too worried until they followed us onto her road. She lives 30 minutes outside of town. Lots of people go past the road, but only a few people live on it. And it wasn't one of her neighbors. Her driveway is over a mile long, so most people mistake it for another turnoff, the white truck included. Once they followed us down the drive, Janie retrieved a gun from her center console and stopped just past the first curve, forcing our stalkers to stop right behind us. The only thing she said to me was, "Call the police and don't get out of the car." I could see the two men now. They both looked like a couple of drug addicts, and their truck had definitely seen a few accidents. The pair argued between themselves for a moment before stepping out and calling over to us. The driver asked if we needed any help as he continued to move closer, but the passenger stayed close to the truck. The last thing the driver said was something about being in a hurry and needing to get by. That's when Janie stepped out and pointed her gun at him. While I continued updating the operator, she informed the men that they were in her driveway and that the road we turned off of was a dead end. The driver went stone-faced and stopped speaking while the passenger begged Janie not to shoot them. She turned her attention to the other man and ordered him to come stand next to his friend, away from their truck. In that brief moment of distraction, the driver rushed forward in an attempt to overpower Janie, and she shot him in the stomach. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and absolutely nothing like the movies. I'll hear that man scream to my dying day. The passenger didn't move, just got on his knees and held his hands up high while he apologized. He claimed that he'd wanted no part of his friend's actions, had begged him to turn back. I didn't super believe him, but hey, maybe it was true. The operator took my call much more seriously after the gunshot and screaming. The driver laid crying and bleeding on the ground until help arrived. He survived, but with all the warrants he had before this incident, he had 12 years in prison after this. His friend had less serious possession charges and spent very little time in jail. We weren't the first ones the driver had followed home. Over the weeks before, 2 other women were followed from the bank and robbed as they tried to enter their homes. The man parked just out of sight and ran back to ambush his victims once the door was unlocked. Both women had suffered broken bones in the struggle, and one was still in the hospital when we were followed. The passenger told the police the other man wouldn't have followed Janie if they had seen me in the car, but I had my seat back when we left the bank. Too bad for them, I guess. But that, my friends, is why you never mess with little old ladies in Texas. They'll shoot your ass. If that had happened to just me, I probably would have been robbed. I'm much more aware of my surroundings now. Last summer, I was staying by the beach at my grandmother's before going away to college. There were too many people out during the day, so I only went late in the evenings. There were always a few others around who seemed to be doing the same as myself, but it was usually quiet. One night, a man in a blue tracksuit walked 10 to 15 feet behind me for over 30 minutes without passing. So I stopped to check my phone while he went by. Since I was close to my turnaround point, I just started back the way I came from and went home. The next night, I saw the same man. We passed one another shortly after I arrived, and 15 minutes later, he was behind me again. Still keeping the same distance, no matter my speed. I didn't like that at all. A couple was walking towards me, so I ran up to them like we were old friends, and they were kind enough to play along. The guy that was following continued along his way, and I made it home without seeing him again. After that, I skipped my beach walks for a week, hoping that would be the end of it. When I returned, it was a little later than my usual time, and there was no sign of him for the first leg of my route. My turnaround point is a pier about a mile from where I start, and there was a man standing at the end of it. He was on his phone and facing the water. I didn't think that he even noticed me. Then, about halfway back, I saw him in the distance. Other than paranoia from my previous encounters, I didn't really have a valid reason to be suspicious. He was so far away I couldn't even see his face, and I would be off the beach before he caught up. But I still walked a little faster. So fast that I bumped into a girl that I actually knew from school. She was also staying with relatives and wouldn't let me get a word in. So by the time I thought to look back for the mystery man, he was gone. I was instantly relieved and talked with the girl for a few more minutes. Once we parted ways, I'd forgotten all about the man behind me and walked straight for my grandmother's. It was just past 9, and the whole street was silent. All of her neighbors were elderly and tended to go to bed early. When I was only 3 houses down from my destination, someone walked out from behind a large truck and stood blocking the sidewalk. It was the guy I saw earlier that night. He was wearing the same black hoodie with a white design on the front. My heart dropped. This time, he was close enough that I recognized his face, and it was the same guy who had been following me all the other times. My panic kicked into overdrive as he asked if I was lost. I said my house was just next to us and began walking towards it. But then he pointed to my grandmother's actual house and asked why I went into that one all the previous nights. I guess he had followed me more often than I realized. What do you even say to that? The guy was smirking like this was some kind of sport, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of being afraid. He kept trying to creep closer, but I wasn't letting him get anywhere near close enough to grab me. My mouth began operating under pure survival instinct. I said, "Oh, I just wanted to get in front of a Ring doorbell cam." That instantly stopped his advance, but only for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he laughed and said, "I'd be worth the risk." Then he lunged at me. I barely moved in time, and next he began chasing me. I screamed as loudly as I could. I didn't even care about causing a scene. That was the goal. I wanted to wake the whole neighborhood up. I took maybe 4 or 5 steps towards my grandmother's before being hit from behind and knocked to the ground. We were in the middle of the street, and I continued screaming until a hand covered my mouth. Thankfully, I had already gotten the whole neighborhood's attention and watched in relief as every house began to light up. My grandmother was the first outside, but 3 neighbors were right behind her. My attacker got off and actually stepped on me as he scrambled to get away. The police were called, and I was taken inside where I recounted my story at least 20 times before the night was over. The cops said it was probably the guy's first attempt at attacking anyone, just because it was so sloppy. Apparently, if you want to grab someone in a neighborhood, you need to take them by surprise before they can draw attention. Basically, I'm just lucky my assailant was a rookie. It's always bothered me that they never caught the guy. I hated to imagine what he might be doing to other girls like me, but now, nearly a year later, I'm writing this because they finally found him. He was arrested after 4 guys beat the living shit out of him for dragging a poor woman beneath the same pier I saw him standing on during the night of my attack. The men who saved her were college guys having a drunk night on the beach when they heard the woman's muffled cries. My heart goes out to the victim. I haven't been out alone since my incident, so I can only imagine how painful her recovery will be. But I'm glad that prick will be off the streets for a while. I hope prison is extremely hard for him. Anyway, thanks for listening. Writing this has helped me get a little closure on that messed up chapter in my life. This happened in Crystal Lake in Virginia Beach. I drove out with a girlfriend for a dose of nature and beauty before the sunset. As it started to get dark, we realized it was close to closing time, and the park entry gate would soon be shut. There were no other cars or people around. We jumped in our car and started driving toward the gate to exit the park. On the way towards the gate, we passed a young girl sitting on the side of the road, on a cement block. She was dressed in a conservative, long dress, like something from the turn of the century. She was holding a large red ball. She was pale and thin, with long brown hair. Strangely, she didn't look towards us or acknowledge us at all. Just stared straight ahead, across from where she was sitting. What was she doing out there, with no urgency to leave the park? As we drove on, we saw a strange man ahead of us, in the middle of the road. He was intentionally blocking our path, and he too was dressed from a different era, wearing suspenders over a filthy white shirt and black pants. He was waving his arm for us to stop. As we got closer and slowed down, we could see that he wasn't hurt or needing help. He looked angry and aggressive, and his face was scary as hell. So we sped around him. He turned and started running after our car. We hit the gas and barely made it out of the gate before it was locked for the night. We never went back there again. Once, hiking between trails in McKinleyville, California, I stumbled upon a rural ranch property. My intention was to cut through one trail that would just lead me back to the road where I parked my car originally. However, I'd gotten myself lost. I decided to keep walking in the direction I was headed because I thought I'd heard someone. This being the 90s and no cell phones, I was hopeful that these people would help me find my way. I spotted 2 young men standing behind a barn-looking structure, smoking what smelled like marijuana. The whole area smelled like marijuana. The older of the 2, he made eye contact with me and alerted the smaller boy of my presence. Just as I started in their direction, the smaller one ran to an unknown destination, while the other one told me to get out of there. At the time, I thought maybe they were just being smart kids not talking to a stranger, so I proceeded on my way, assuming I'd likely run into someone else too. The structure the boy stood behind wasn't in shambles. It almost looked as though it was new. I realized as I kept walking that the marijuana smell didn't really subside. And that's when it dawned on me. I was walking through someone's marijuana farm. Someone's illegal marijuana farm. I came upon a house from which I could see the end of the road in a kind of courtyard. There suddenly emerged a very angry older man, and he was wielding a rifle. Behind him, I could see the smaller boy standing inside the home. He'd gone to alert his grandfather, Shirley. Pops is yelling, waving his rifle at me, saying he's going to kill me. He made it clear I was to go back wherever I came from. I pointed to the road. It was just there in sight, but he wasn't having it, so I backtracked a bit. The moment he turned back towards the house, I ran towards a nearby trail, but was spotted as he turned back again. He began to come towards the trail, still carrying that rifle. Now, he was firing shots. I was running up the trail, and as soon as I was out of the line of sight, I jumped down off the trail, hiding under a huge bush, and taking off my sweatshirt, a quite visible red and blue, burying it under me. I could hear the man, but I didn't dare look. Eyes see eyes and all. He turned and headed back toward the house, right in front of the bush. After several minutes, I made the hike back in the direction I'd originally come from, far away from this man's house and those kids. I could swear that on the way back someone was following me. I'm even more sure of it now, knowing how vast those woods are and how highly illegal that shit was at the time. I was lucky to get the hell out of there, but it makes you wonder how many people have gotten themselves into the same mess, and were they so lucky? On my 21st birthday, me and my friends drove from the San Francisco Bay Area up to Petaluma, California, which is in the North Bay Area. After driving for about an hour, we got to a house party that a friend of a friend had told us about. I was the designated driver. Ironic, I know, since it was my 21st birthday, but I just kind of stood by my friends as they struck up conversation with other party people. At about 11:30, the party was in full swing, and there may or may not have been people with or without their shirts on, and possibly some illegal substances. But I don't know that for sure. Me and one of my friends went onto the front porch to escape the large crowd and just chat. The house was in a really nice neighborhood, and I figured the hostess' parents must have been really well off. As my friend smoked a cigarette, the hostess of the party came out front and asked my friend for a cigarette. He said, "I don't have any left, I'm sorry." She replied with, "Well, it's my house and I don't believe you. Just give me one." He tells her again that it's his last one. He doesn't have any more to give her. At this point, she called him a few derogatory names and slammed the door, retreating back into the house, defeated. About 10 minutes later, my friend and I were still outside. We were talking about leaving because the drive was over an hour. My friend was leaning back against the front door, and I was a few feet away facing him. Abruptly, the door opened, and the hostess jumped onto his back and plunged a 6-inch steak knife into his throat and withdrew it just as quickly. She fell off of him and started screaming. He staggered towards me and collapsed to the ground, blood flowing out of his throat like a fountain. I grabbed him by his arms and, without thinking, I dragged him to my car and lifted him into the passenger seat. I screamed for help, but no one came. I put pressure on my now extremely pale and lifeless friend's wound and proceeded to speed away from the house, desperately looking for a hospital sign, pre-smartphone era. As I did 100 miles an hour down a boulevard that had a speed limit of 35, my eyes desperately looked for a clue, but nothing was showing as a sign towards a hospital. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I saw a sign and turned in towards the ER entrance. As we approached the ER ambulance bay, I crashed into some plants because I was going too fast, and we stopped. I pulled my friend out of the car screaming, and staff came outside and took him to the ER. I ran in after him covered in blood, but security stopped me. All I could see through the window of the door that separated the lobby from the ER was my friend's still lifeless body on the table. About 45 minutes went by, and the doctor finally said, "What you did saved your friend's life, but he's still critical. We're sending him to another hospital. The rest of the story is still interesting, but too long to post here. But in summary, my friend survived, and the woman who stabbed him went to jail for 7 years. I'm thankful each and every day that I was able to think quick enough to, quote-unquote, save my friend's life. But you'll never hear me say that I'm a hero. That was truly the scariest thing I've ever witnessed, and I pray that I never have to relive anything like that again. I grew up in the 90s, and my dad was a single parent who worked on an oil rig. Whenever he was gone on a hitch, I would be left with my Aunt Phyllis, who was the manager of our local mall. Her office had a small TV and VCR, which I sat in front of for 40 hours a week. When I got a little older, most of my time was spent in the game room. It was always like a second home, a safe place. I was happy there. As a teenager, my friends and I would leave our bags in my aunt's office while we saw a movie next door. One day, we returned right as Phyllis was leaving, and I had to use the bathroom. She was in a hurry and told us to lock the doors when we left. My friend Kaylee joked that we should stay hidden in her office until closing and spend the night in the mall. Our other friend, Lexi, thought it was a great idea, and I was never great with peer pressure. You know that movie, Home is Where the Heart Is, the one where Natalie Portman gets knocked up and lives in a Walmart? Yeah, that's why they wanted to stay there. Anywho, we called our parents and said that we were staying with someone else, locked up, and stayed quiet. The security guard rattled the door as he walked by, but that was it. We waited an hour after closing just to be sure everyone was gone. The stores were all locked up, but we had the run of everything else, including the giant jungle playhouse that was usually overrun with kids. We were climbing to the top of the slide when Kaylee screamed and pulled Lexi and I below the side rails. "Someone's still in here," she whispered. By then, we had been in there for over a half an hour, and we were being pretty loud, and it wasn't that big of a mall. If someone was still inside, they knew we were there. I stood up to speak with whoever she saw, but no one was there. It didn't make sense that one of the janitors would run from 3 16-year-old girls. We got worried that they might have preferred waiting for the police and decided to leave. But all of the doors were locked, a problem we didn't foresee because we were stupid teenagers. There was an exit through the back of my aunt's office, but a solid 12-foot gate blocked our way out of the alley. The longer we stood around trying to think of a way out, the more we began to realize that no police were coming. If no cops were called, then why hadn't we been confronted? And then that begged the question, had Kaylee even seen a real person? Or had she freaked out over a mannequin in a window? Finally, we decided to go back inside to check. It was past midnight, and there was no reason for anyone to still be hanging around. By this point, Lexi and I were positive Kaylee imagined it, but Kaylee insisted she saw someone turn the corner. A lap around the mall only confirmed our theory, but it did nothing to sway Kaylee's conviction. We returned to the playhouse where we settled in to wait for morning and eventually dozed off. It was about 2:30 when the playhouse started to creak and groan under the weight of someone new. I woke up seconds before the others to see the horrifying toothless grin of a tweaked-out homeless man through one of the bubble windows. I screamed. He screamed. Kaylee and Lexi screamed. And we all continued screaming as we scrambled out of the playhouse. As we ran away, the man chased us, yelling about how he told us rotten boys to stay out of his house. When I had a chance to look back, he was brandishing a large hunting knife and swearing to leave our heads on spikes. Though, in his next breath, he vowed to leave our hanging bodies on display. Either way, we weren't going to stop to see his preference. We wanted to barricade ourselves into my aunt's office, but the only way to get a barrier between us and the crazy man was to hide in the restrooms. We managed to get the door shut behind us when the crazy guy crashed into it with a loud bang. The force pushed all 3 of us back, but we managed to hold it against his assault. There were a series of terrible noises as he repeatedly stabbed and slashed at the heavy wooden door. We threw all of our weight against it, just hoping he would tire first. There was nothing we could move and nothing heavy enough to barricade, so our stamina was the only thing keeping us alive. It's amazing how fast the police turn into allies when your life is truly in danger. A few hours ago, we were simply the enemy, but now we couldn't dial 911 fast enough. I didn't care if I'd be grounded for 6 months. I just wanted to get the hell out of that mall. Luckily, Lexi had her phone. The operator was calm and comforting. He accepted our situation with no questions about how or why we were locked in the mall. Any doubts about the validity of our claims were put to rest by my friend's blood-curdling screams, and also by the psycho's promises to show us our intestines before we die. This guy was nothing if not a Rolodex of murder methods. He threatened to burn the mall down with us inside and about 100 other things while the operator listened and encouraged us to keep holding the door. At one point, it swung open enough for him to get the knife inside, and there was a sickening crack as the door slammed back onto it. Then it was his turn to scream. Combined with the sound of his knife clattering to the floor, this provided a moment of euphoric relief, but it was short-lived. He began running and throwing his entire body into the door. If he wasn't so high out of his mind to notice, he probably could have gotten in with how far it opened with each impact, but we were very lucky that night, all things considered. It only took 5 minutes for the police to arrive, but those minutes felt like hours, and our bodies were jello by the end. The cops chased the crazy guy back to his playhouse, where they subdued him with minimal effort. They said he was a homeless man that had been in and out of prison since he was our age. Apparently, he too had the brilliant idea to live in the mall, only he wasn't playing pretend like we were. Needless to say, we were all grounded for lengthy periods of time, but at least my aunt thought it was funny. I was worried she would be upset with me, but she believed almost getting murdered was punishment enough, and she was positive I would never pull that stunt again. And she was absolutely right. A few years ago, I was at a mall by myself, shopping for some sheets for my new queen-size bed. I was on the 3rd floor of JCPenney's when I nearly ran into a middle-aged man while turning around to go back down the aisle I'd just been down. Whoops, just a weird thing, right? Well, I said sorry, and he was silent, but his eyes went wide, a little weird. So I kept looking at, examining, and feeling different sheets. Then I saw that the same guy was down the aisle also looking at sheets, but not really looking at them. It seemed odd. I intentionally moved to a different section that had nothing to do with bedding, and wouldn't you know it, so did this beak-faced middle-aged dude. Now alarm bells were going off. I moved towards the section by the escalator and started looking at what couches they had. Now this was the 3rd floor of a department store, but the mall only had 2 floors, which meant to get out of the store, I'd have to go down this one and only escalator. And when I looked across, the creepy guy was standing right next to the escalator. Now he was pretending to look at some plates, but once again, he wasn't actually looking at them. He wasn't picking them up or looking at prices, etc. Now I was sure of it. This guy was following me. I'm a tall blonde, and I was by myself, wearing a yellow shirt. I was probably easy to follow around the store, except that I'm really observant, thankfully. I sat on the couch and pretended to read my phone, all the while actually watching this guy. After 5 minutes of him doing the same fake shopping, I was sure that I was right, and he was actually just standing by the only exit, hoping to follow me down, around the mall, to the parking garage. Who knows what? A girl in my hometown had been kidnapped and killed in a very similar manner a few years ago. Also from a nice mall in a good part of town. With that in mind, I quickly got up and bolted to the opposite side of the level. where I had seen there was an employee booth for them to cut fabric for people. I walked straight to the front of the line and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt, and I know this is weird, but a guy's been following me around the store and pretending to shop, and now he's camped out by the only exit." They sent someone from the hardware department to talk to him and reported back to me that I was right, that this guy claimed he wasn't looking for anything specific and didn't want help, even though he'd been standing in the same spot for 10 minutes now. Luckily, mall security was able to take me down a freight elevator in back of the store, all the way back to my car. I kept turning randomly on my way home just to make sure I didn't drive straight back home and to check that no one was following me. When I got home, I immediately looked at the sex offenders registry to see if any guys in the area looked like this guy, but he wasn't there. Then I felt guilty that I hadn't called the cops, because this guy clearly had creepy, bad intentions. But at the time, he wasn't technically doing anything illegal. Still, I know he had terrible intentions for me one way or another. I know I was lucky to remember the girl from my hometown, how she didn't notice a guy following her around a mall, and to have realized for myself what was going on with that creep. I never really go shopping by myself anymore. I also still keep a lookout for any criminal cases involving this guy, because I'll always remember his face. At my old middle school, there was a man that had been teaching English since my mom went to the same middle school years before. His name was Mr. H. He was one of the 2 8th-grade English teachers at the school, and I was not placed in his class. I was disappointed because Mr. H was supposed to be one of the cool teachers. All the student body loved him. He was old, nearing his early 80s by the time I was there, but fit for his age. He didn't look a day over 50. On his face, though, he had 3 large, very predominant scars that ran down his face and over his left eye, which he had covered with an eye patch. During a summer vacation in the 70s, Mr. H went on a solo hiking trip in Orange County. He was attacked by a cougar. If it wasn't for its deteriorated condition, Mr. H probably wouldn't have been able to fight it off. The cougar took out his eye with a swipe from its big paw. Mr. H was forced to start swinging blindly with the machete he had when the cougar was about to pounce again. Mr. H heard its legs dig into the gravel, and he knew which direction it was going to attack from. And with one Hail Mary home run swing, Mr. H made contact. The cat landed on him, sending both of them to the ground in a cloud of dust. The lifeless cat pinned Mr. H to the ground. He would then push the heavy creature off of him and walk back to civilization, injured and bloodied, before he could call for help. No cell phone days. When I told my mom the story, she was familiar with it, an alumni of the middle school herself. She was placed in his class for her 8th grade year. I was surprised to learn that. She'd never mentioned it before. I'd only heard from the older kids and some of their parents that Mr. H was the best. We didn't talk much more about it. Then I was nearing the end of high school, and we got to reminiscing about things. I brought up that teacher with the crazy scar and eye patch. I couldn't remember his name. So my mom says that she knew Mr. H before he had the scars, seeing him around when she was in 7th grade, and her 8th grade class was the first that he told the story to. Then, my mom says, that was a summer from hell. She tells me her best friend Jana was also attacked that summer, and as a result, the family moved away before the girls could start their school year together. On a late summer night, a radio station was having a contest, and Jana and my mom were listening to the broadcast. Jana was listening outside on her portable radio. She did this often as to not disturb the family by playing the radio in the house. Her plan, as she explained it to my mom through whispers over the phone, was to just run inside and use the phone if she knew the answer to the questions. My mom would also be listening to the radio, ready to answer the questions. This was a team effort. There were a series of questions, and in between them, they would have long musical breaks and advertisements. So while they waited for the DJs to come back on the airwaves, Jana decided to leave her gated patio deck and walked out to the front yard, where her and her mom were planting vegetables in a little garden. Although the patio had a little fence bordering it, the actual front yard did not. But the property line stretched far between the house and the street. The family had no animals, but that still made them feel more comfortable having the sidewalk line be so far from the home. The neighborhood they lived in was also very safe, and what was about to happen was unheard of for that little residential neighborhood. While Jana is in the garden, she became distracted with the music and digging in the dirt with her small metal rake, when suddenly, the back of her shirt gets pulled with such lifting force that she goes from her hands and knees straight onto her back. Looking up, there's a man standing over her, staring at her through a paper bag mask with 2 holes ripped out for the eyes. Just as Jana is about to gather air in her lungs to scream, the man leans down, covering her mouth with his hand. He was wearing leather gloves, and the thick material began to smother her as he was trying to pick her up and take her to his car parked on the street. Jana still has the gardening rake in her hands, and using all the energy she has left, she thrusts it up through the paper bag mask, easily tearing into the material. The sharp prongs embedded themselves into the man's skin, deep enough for the rake to almost be pulled from her hand when the man dropped her back down. But as she fell back down into the grass, she held a tight grip on the handle of the rake, and it dragged down the man's entire face, shredding the mask and his flesh as he turned to run away. She never saw what he looked like, and she had no description for the police when she called to report the crime. The only evidence she had to prove her story was a shredded paper bag attached to a gardening rake and a vague description of the car. The incident traumatized Jana, and she didn't want to leave her house for the rest of the summer. My mom would always have to go to her house and hang out with her inside, with the few times they got to hang out before Jana left. My mom says that she would recount the story over and over, trying to figure out some missing piece. She never did figure it out, just a painful memory that caused her to live in constant fear. After telling me the story, it's kind of quiet. I don't know what to say. It sounds horrible. Then my mom asks if I think that her story and my story share similarities. Mr. H was a smaller-built man. He was never extremely athletic, even in his youth when my mom attended school. Had he really fended off a 200-pound animal? Rumors began spreading around school that he hadn't traveled to Orange County that summer. Kids that weren't in his class telling other kids they'd spotted him around town sometime over the summer. Those stories could have easily been fabricated for attention, and many kids didn't buy into them. But as my mom would gaze at the side of his head while he spoke in class, the scratches were still in the beginning stages of healing when school had started. My mom said they looked pretty identical to what the slashings of a gardening tool could have been. She remained suspicious. And I mean she remained suspicious for a very long time, without my knowledge. My mom had called the school and specifically asked for me not to be in Mr. H's class. This being a touchy thing, and knowing that I'd see the guy every day, that he was well liked, my mom didn't share all of this until I was in high school. While I was there, he outlasted any staff that had suspicions of where he'd gotten his injuries on his face that summer, and he was able to fully lean into his story for years. But what do you think? It's taken me years to get over this, and sometimes the residual fear still comes creeping back, just nothing like it was. In the city I lived in, we had a small college. Well, it was small at the time. Every summer, they offer day camps for parents to send the kids to, so they're not sitting at home alone for the entire summer. They cover science, cooking, arts and crafts, sports, just about anything and everything. With both of my parents working, I was used to using the local transit to get myself home every day. One afternoon, I missed the bus by a matter of minutes, so I decided to attempt a walk home. I thought, it can't be that far. Well, it turned out to be a lot longer than I anticipated. Part of that route at the time, before years of road work and construction, it went through a small industrial section that wasn't far from downtown. I knew it well because the car wash my dad always used was nearby. As I was passing one of the many businesses, a black pickup truck slowed down and stopped beside me. The driver said, "Aren't you a little young to be walking by yourself in this area?" Unsure of what to do, I fibbed and said my dad worked nearby and I was supposed to meet him for a lift home. He claimed he knew my dad and offered me a ride. It was at this point that I knew I had to find a way to get away because I knew probably 90% of the guys my dad worked with, and this man was not one of them. I started walking slowly backwards and told him I didn't have much farther to go and that it would be okay. He said, "Suit yourself," and drove off. I let out a huge sigh of relief, thinking that was the end of it. I started back on my trek. Not even 2 minutes later, I got an eerie feeling and looked over my shoulder. Sure enough, he had turned his truck around and was heading back towards my location. Not wanting to alert him that I had seen him, I quickened my pace and headed for the nearest business that I thought might be open, the CP truck yards. As casually as I could, I walked up the steps and tried the door. It was locked. They were already closed for the day. I took a moment to gather my thoughts and to figure something out quick. I peered around the corner of the building. I saw that there were several trailers backed up to the bay doors. I scrambled down the side of the stairs and squeezed in behind the ends of the trailers. It was then I heard the black truck enter the lot. I ducked down, crawled under one of the trailers, tucking myself in behind a tire. It seemed like eternity as I watched the truck drive by the trailer, slowing down when it reached the gap in between the trailers. I didn't budge, not an inch. I silently prayed that he would give up and leave. He must have gotten fed up because next thing I know, the tires are spitting gravel and sand everywhere as he guns the engine and roars out of the parking lot. I swear I didn't move for almost another 10 minutes because I wanted to be sure he was gone. I crawled under the trailers, keeping out of sight just in case he'd stuck around. As soon as I saw it was all clear, I ran all the way to the car wash as fast as I could. The lady at the counter, I think her name was Brenda, she recognized me and seeing the fear in my eyes, asked what was wrong. It was all I could do to not start crying as I asked her if I could use the phone to call one of my parents. She brought me into a small office, and while I was calling my mom, she brought me a bag of chips and a Coke from the vending machine out front. Having been pulled out of work, Mom was not happy with me at all, but once we got in the car, she could sense that something was wrong. She took me home, made me a PB&J sandwich, and cuddled with me on the couch. Later that night, I couldn't sleep. Everything that had happened kept going through my head. Dad was still up, so I went out to join him on the couch and watch TV. I snuggled close to him, so close that he said, "You're shaking like a leaf. What's wrong?" It all came out at once, missing the bus, the black truck, hiding under the trailers, all of it. By the time I was done, I was crying so hard I could barely breathe. He pulled me into his lap and held me as I cried. He rocked me gently, rubbing my back, trying to calm me down. He then took me by my shoulders, looked me directly in the eyes. "No more walking home, okay?" "Okay. I'll just wait for the next bus from now on." I stayed snuggled and just sat there while he watched the sports highlights. I woke up the next morning in my bed because he always carried me to bed when I fell asleep on the couch. This time was no different. A week or so later, he and I were at the car wash. I'd gone into the office to get Dad some quarters and a pop. I was on my way back out the door when I saw the truck pulling into the wash bay. I froze. Brenda was behind the counter and came to see why I was blocking the doorway. She saw what I was looking at and quickly put two and two together somehow. She prodded me towards the bay where my dad was. Dad needs those quarters, so get going. I practically ran back to the car, threw the quarters in the back seat, and ducked down in the back. I was terrified he would find me. My dad opened the back door, took my hand, and pulled me out. "I'm here. No one is going to hurt you," he said. He then put me in the front seat and finished washing the car. As we were leaving, we could see Brenda talking to the guy. Then he left. It's been 36 years since that incident. I never saw him again. It's a scary thing for a 10-year-old to go through. No one else ever found out about what happened. I kept it a closely guarded secret for a long time, but the only way to get past something like this is to deal with it head on. So, thanks for listening. This happened decades ago, but to this day, my heart will still race in the retelling of this story. I was 23 years old and had just moved to a small new city in southwestern Ontario with my then husband of 3 years. We'd moved there because he had landed a job. I began walking everywhere to apply for work and soon got into a routine of walking at least a couple of miles a day because it felt good. My appearance was always neat and modest when I went out, partly because I knew that I might meet a potential employer. I wanted to look professional. But besides that, I was never a flashy or provocative dresser anyway. One day I was walking home from a shopping mall that was located near the edge of town and along a busy 4-lane road, a few miles from our apartment. I'd done this a lot. As I was walking on the sidewalk facing oncoming traffic, a white pickup truck pulled over to the curb right beside me. The passenger window was rolled down, not unusual as it was a hot summer day, and the driver leaned over and called on me in a low, mumbling voice. I knew better than to get too close, but considered that he might be asking for directions, so I just stopped where I was and responded with, "Pardon me?" As I hadn't really understood what he said. He then said, "Get in. I'll give you a ride." He appeared dirty. His hair hung stringy and oily from beneath a baseball cap and fell just below his shoulders. He sounded as though he was stoned or drunk, but still I was polite and said, "No thank you, I'm enjoying the walk," to which he muttered an obscenity and roared off. I shrugged it off and continued on my way. Then, only a few minutes later, as I was approaching a side street that intersected with this main road, I saw the truck coming back towards me again. But this time, he had 2 other guys with him. My heart was racing wildly by the time he attempted to cut me off, turning the truck onto the side street right in front of me. Then, in a split second, the 2 guys jumped out. Without even thinking or waiting to see which way they were going, I immediately turned to my right into the busy road, and bolted across 4 lanes. Miraculously, I wasn't hit by a car, and I just kept on running, not once thinking that I could have been hit. I continued running after getting across the road, all the while looking over my shoulder. I then started thinking of what I was going to do if they came back around for me again. It was broad daylight. Surely somebody must have seen something. Just as I was trying to decide if I was going to go up to a stranger's house and ask for help, 2 women pulled up to the curb in the same direction I'd been running and told me that they had seen what happened. Without hesitation, I hopped in and started trembling. They offered to take me to the police station, but all I could say was that I wanted to go home. They offered to stay with me until my husband got home from work, but I wasn't thinking clearly. I only wanted to get inside as quickly as possible, lock the doors, pull the curtains closed, and wait for my husband. So they left. which in hindsight I realized later was probably a mistake. My husband arrived home not long after and I fell apart, barely able to get out what had happened to me. He took me to the local police station to report what had happened, but as I didn't get a license plate number, there wasn't much to go on, beyond me telling them that there was a white pickup truck and the description of the driver. The officer said, "Do you know how many white pickup trucks are out there?" I felt sick. After that, I stopped walking anywhere alone. Even when I was out with my husband, I was constantly looking over my shoulder. Shortly after this incident happened, we moved outside the city to a rural address. We had a long driveway with one of those rural mailboxes at the end of the road. Most days, I couldn't bring myself to walk the length of the driveway to get the mail, even though I knew logically there was no way that guy could have known where I lived or where we moved. If my husband was working at night, I'd tape newspaper over the windows so that nobody could see in. It sounds crazy, I know, but I realize now that it was the fallout of being traumatized by thoughts of what happened and what might have happened had I not run into traffic. When I was in my early 20s in St. Louis, I lived with my boyfriend. We both worked at a large government agency. We had a large group of friends who would all party together. At one particular party, there were a lot more guys than women. The guys were all playing football, air hockey, and some other games while drinking excessively. I've never been a huge drinker, so I wasn't drinking. I was just hanging out in the kitchen looking at magazines because I found the party to be boring with mostly men playing games. At one point, a guy that I'd seen around town but didn't really know walked into the kitchen and started chatting with me. He said, "Your boyfriend seems to be ignoring you." I told him my boyfriend was really into competition and loved playing in the foosball competitions. Then he walked over to me and unexpectedly grabbed me. He picked me up and started walking out the back door. I was kicking and punching him while struggling to get away. Another woman walked into the kitchen at that minute, and I screamed for her to help me. I was frightened, but in shock, since I didn't see it coming. The guy, whose name I didn't know, laughed and told her, "It's okay, we're just playing around. She's fine." The woman ran into the foosball room, grabbed my boyfriend, and told him some guy just carried me out of the house. My boyfriend ran out of the house after us and caught up to us as the man was pushing me into his car. I was still fighting and kicking, but he told me if I didn't shut up, he was going to make me. I was frightened out of my mind. Just as my boyfriend got to the car, the man changed his entire demeanor and said, "Hey man, you were just ignoring her, so I was going to take her to get something to eat." So untrue. My boyfriend quickly analyzed the situation, grabbed my hand, and told the guy, "Hey, I'll take care of her from here." The guy got in his car and drove off. I burst into tears. We went back into the house and called the police. After talking to them on the phone, they said no crime had been committed, and that was it. I have no idea what could have happened to me. Maybe nothing. Maybe something very bad. After that incident, I was always on guard at parties. Actually, I became hypersensitive to my surroundings after that entirely. From that point on, I was always looking to see where the exits were. I always had money and change tucked into a pocket if I had to escape. To this day, I still keep money in my pocket, but I always have my phone with me. I have a tracker on it in case I disappear. My family can track me. I also have a panic button on my home alarm system and cameras that back up to my cloud. Yes, I'm paranoid. Better safe than sorry. When I hear about women at bars or parties getting drugged and assaulted, I realize how lucky I was that I hadn't been drinking, that I had my wits about me. I was also lucky that that other woman saw the situation for what it was and helped me. I also understand after my incident how serial killers grab women, children, and weaker victims right out of public view. It's the element of surprise, and not being 100% aware of your surroundings that can put you in the worst danger. So, please stay safe, everyone.